Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the August 8th, 2024 board meeting. If we could all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I would like our Purple Heart recipient, Brian Sillick, to lead today in honor of yesterday being Purple Heart Day. Brian, can you hear me? Lorraine, can you let Brian know to lead the pledge?
We'll wait back there.
We'll wait.
I didn't bring my hat.
Okay, we recognize a Purple Heart veteran without.
I knew you'd do that. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic that stands one nation under God, with liberty and justice for all.
And if you could all remain standing, please, as we do remember those who served in our military. All gave some gave all. Our Purple Heart veterans hold a special spot as all that have served our country. And we will also pray for our first responders and all of those who help their community. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please be seated.
It's crowded compared to that seat.
We will start with introductions to my right.
Good evening, Diana Quast, Town Clerk.
Supervisor Ed Lachterman,
Deputy Supervisor Sergio Esposito.
Patrick Murphy, Town Council.
Susan Siegel, Councilwoman.
Christine Kager. I'm filling in for Adam Rodriguez as the town attorney tonight.
Dave Paganelli, Yorktown Highway Superintendent.
and I'll also point out in the third row back, Ryan Lee, who's an intern with my office this year doing some governmental studies. Going into his senior year at Yorktown High School. All right. Reports for the town. I'll try to keep things fairly brief. Just some things that we had this past week, and some things coming up. Something really great on the 23rd. Assemblyman Slater came up and we recognized a New York historical business that's right here in Yorktown, which was Reliable Oil. So they were recognized. I believe it's over 100 years in business at this point. Started with ice and kerosene, and they've moved their way up through the years. Really a great Yorktown story. As the Mastro family is from Yorktown. All the kids born and raised. My family's been using them since 1972. When my in-laws moved onto Summit Street and ran out of oil, and their oil company at the time said, well, we could be there sometime next week. And they hung up the phone. Reliable was very reliable. They called and said, can you help us? They were there within 20 minutes, gave them their oil, and my father-in-law said, we will never use another company while you guys are in business. And to this day, we have 3 houses in Yorktown that are all using my mother-in-law, my brother-in-law, and myself, and we will keep doing that. Great to support a local business, and congratulations to the Mastros on that recognition. I also attended the Yorktown Summer Swim Team A-Meet on the 25th, and that was actually, talk about bringing back memories. My daughter was on that team. It's been over 20 years since she was, and I was at the pool for that. A special shout out to their diving coach, Beth Keir, who has been there since my daughter was there. She's also our swim coach for Yorktown High School, and I thank Jim for inviting me. Jim actually swam on the Yorktown swim team with my daughter many, many years ago. So it was great to see that. Unfortunately, they had a third-place finish this year in the championships, but the kids had a ton of fun, which is really what it's all about. We had the retirement of Craig Scatola, one of our sergeants in the Yorktown Police Department. Craig has been very, very instrumental in the upgrade of our communication systems in the in the police department. I believe even Jay Copstein gives him a thumbs up on his knowledge. So that's, you know, a very high vote of confidence. We're going to miss you, Craig. He's not going anywhere, though. He is local. His dad's a member of the Yorktown Lions and a real good Yorktown family, and it's very nice to see Craig finish his career with Yorktown and move on to some other things he wanted to do, and we wish you luck. We also, on August 2nd, not that it was in Yorktown, but Congressman Lawler had a press conference at the Westchester Medical Center, which I actually went to. It was an introduction to a law that enables people going through in vitro fertilization to receive a tax credit. For those that have had, and it's more and more common nowadays, for those who have had to deal with it, it's a very expensive process. It's crippling for some families as they fight to have a family, and it's a good thing to see it. I've had personal experiences in my past that I understand what it's about, so I was very happy to see a bipartisan effort to pass this, and you know, it's just coming out, so hopefully they get it through the House and Senate, and we could help some of those people who are struggling to make this happen, because a lot of insurance does not cover infertilization. So thank you for that, Mike. Also, while we're talking about our local politicians helping us, we on the 6th, I was at the library meeting Pete Harcum. Pete had gotten us a grant, and I think Ryan was there too, learning a little bit about that. He had gotten us a grant to do some LED lighting at the library, which not only is a cost saving, both in electric use as well as R&M, but it actually gave us the opportunity to use more space in the basement of the library because it brightened it up enough that it wasn't like sitting in a crypt. So some nice work there. And then I was also there a little earlier to meet with Yvonne. Our library now has 5 study pods. This was part of the ARPA money from when Matt was our supervisor. We dedicated some of that for work at the library. They have 5 individual study pods. As Pete said, they look like they're executive offices. They did a really beautiful job with them. So people could go there, have a meeting, be able to talk with someone in a study group, or we have a lot of times when people come in and we'll help the seniors with taxes. They do a tremendous amount of programs at the library. And they really came out great, and I congratulate the library. They've been chasing this down and making sure it's all there and doing a fantastic job with it. And I also got the privilege of going to one of our elder scam demonstrations of what's happening with our elders. This was held by Detective Dan Curtis, another Yorktown boy, who went to Trump residences and gave a presentation on some of the scams that are out there that people try to bilk our seniors, and actually not only our seniors. Now, of course, my 10-year-old goddaughter was there saying, "Gee, Uncle Ed, you should be here because you're old." But that being said, it was very informative. There are a lot of things there, and I do ask those of you that have elder friends, elder parents, grandparents in the town, keep an eye on them, because you know, my mother-in-law gets confused. She gives out her, well, now she doesn't have any credit cards, but she used to give out her credit card number like it was nothing, like a phone number. Because someone calls her and tells her, "Oh, you have a problem, let me just verify this." Just a tremendous amount of scams. We've changed her phone number, we've changed her cell phone number, twice on the cell phone, once on the home phone. And it's unfortunate, but there are people out there who want to take advantage of our elders. So I am going to go out on a limb and volunteer the services of our detective department to any of the senior groups out there. If you want to set up a presentation for any of your members. Please feel free to reach out to either my office or to Yorktown Police Department's Detectives Division, and we will get that arranged. You cannot understand how valuable it is until you deal with it, although I'm pretty sure probably everyone in this room has dealt with it. Either an email scam, a phone scam, a letter scam. So please, please be careful and look out for your neighbors. Just a couple of things upcoming. We have our People's Choice Movie Night on August 30th with the Yorktown Parks and Recreation, and voting for that is online through the Yorktown Parks and Recreation. There is no senior advisory meeting this month, and the next 3 Sundays are concerts from the Yorktown Lions series. This Sunday is Showtime Dance Band. They are wonderful, 11-piece band. The next weekend is, for those of you in my age group, a Meatloaf tribute that I'm really looking forward to. And if you I'm sorry if you paid the $50 to go see him at Putnam Golf Course last weekend, but they're free here. It was courtesy of the Yorktown Lions. And then our last concert, which instead of starting at 6 like the other one, starts at 5, is our military tribute concert. We start off with Alyssa Martin and the Golden Apple Chorus. Alyssa does a 1940s style set. She's wonderful, great voice, does it in period dress. And then we will have country band Rusty Spur coming on for the show. Rusty Spur was supposed to open the concert series last year, and that was the 7-inch rainstorm. So not a lot of people made it to that concert, and we hope that we'll have great weather for everyone to come on that third Sunday. So that's the 11th, the 18th, and the 25th for those concerts. And that one starts at 5 o'clock, so get there early. It's a great show. All right, Sergio.
All right, so just to touch on a couple of things, we just came from Pure Physique, which is a training gym kind of place, and they are owned by Corey Beth
And
Michael, and they are Yorktown natives. You know them, right?
Yep, Corey Beth grew up in Lakeland, went through the school system. Mike actually is a transplant from Long Island, but we won't hold that against
We'll forgive him for that one, yeah. So they just moved, and they had a ribbon cutting. They're on Hill Boulevard. Congratulations to them.
Right next door to Common Grounds, the coffee store there. And they do phenomenal work.
Yeah, they're great. They're high energy. We had a Troop 174 Eagle Scout Court of Honor for John Esau. Congrats to Craig Scatola. I couldn't be there, but I mean, what a great guy. I really weighed on me because I couldn't be there. We had a barbershop open up called Uppercut Barbershop. It was it's a kid that went to Yorktown High School, and he got his start cutting hair in the locker room. So my son used to come home with a haircut from school, and I would accuse him of cutting school. I'm like, would you? What, are you cutting school? No. I had him. I had him cut my hair in the locker room. I'm like, okay. Anyway, from that, yeah, it's great, right? So from that, he turned it into Adam, right? You said you're a rising senior. What was his name? Khalil.
Her mother's here.
Yeah. So great. So he turned it into a career, and he decided to come back to Yorktown and open up a business here. So kudos to him. He's located by Bagel Emporium. I got to tell you, the Lions, just what fantastic. The concert series is just such a great hometown kind of small town feeling that we get around here, and so many people show up. And
AM Gold was great last week too. The Yacht Rock band.
Yeah, just unbelievable, and kudos to the Lions for putting that on. I know it's a lot of work, and same for our Parks and Rec department, who constantly knock it out of the park. And the movie night with the kids, and they're all running around, and they got the big screen right here. So just want to give them a shout out because I think they really deserve it. Lastly, I got something from Luciano, who couldn't be here today. So we want to give a big shout out to Abby, her daughter, for her 15th birthday. We had to switch this meeting to Thursday because it was National Night Out, and that got rained out. But so she couldn't make it today. She wants to give you her apologies. And she is down in the city roaming the huge bookstore Barnes & Noble on Union Square. And they're having a mother and daughter friend day. So she wanted me to let you guys know that she's sorry she couldn't be here, but she had to go with her daughter.
And please don't hold it against Adam, but he gave me my haircut last week. So.
Adam, you got a haircut there?
Yeah, I couldn't make the ribbon cutting, so I went to get a haircut.
I think he looks younger.
Adam Rodriguez.
The town attorney? I'm just kidding. Uppercut Barbershop. Bring your kids there. They really do a phenomenal job.
They'll do a much better job than this. Trust me. They didn't have much to work with.
He's a local guy and he deserves our support.
Good.
Thank you.
All right, so we have Flip Circus coming into the JV Mall August 9th to the 13th. That's this weekend and next weekend, which is the 16th to the 20th. And then we also have puppy pool party at the junior pool. So you bring your dog there. It jumps into the water with other dogs. It's cute. Yeah, it's $10 for residents, $15 for non-residents. Okay, and that's Saturday the 24th from noon to 2:30. It's a small window, but who's going to sit in the pool for hours with their dogs? So,
Not your dog, that's
no,
for sure.
yeah. So, and then I just want to say kudos out to the first responders. I had to use them again, and so I want to give a shout out to my brother Sean. And then, and then what else do I have? I just want to reiterate with Ed. If you're he was talking about with the scams. My mother got scammed, and they cleaned out her checking account, but we were lucky that we caught it in the first 24 hours. If you catch it within the first 24 hours, the bank will reimburse you immediately. If you don't, then it's 90 to 120 days to get your money back. So my point is, if you're out there, just go online every night and just check and see if the numbers look proper. That's all. I just want to read what Ed said.
Keep on top of it.
Yeah, that's all. So, all right, Susan.
Okay, well,
Welcome.
thank you very much. And just want to say thank you sorry. Get used to this.
Tom's
Just-
going to yell at you.
Okay, thank you. And I am looking forward to sitting on this side of the table for a change and working on behalf of all your residents. So my email is online. It's ssiegel@yorktownny.org, and I will be getting a cell phone shortly, so that number will be publicized. And if you have any issues, any questions, just give me a call. I'm glad to help if I can. All right, thank you.
It's actually a .gov now, although it still links, but Yorktown is now a .gov for better security.
I put .gov for the website, and then Robin said, you're not officially gov yet, so she made it,
I thought it was the middle of this month. Okay.
she changed it to org,
Gotcha.
whatever, we're in this transition. And when I asked why the change from org to gov, they said, I was told that it's just better security. So that's the reason. But I think I was told that if you do org, it will automatically shift to gov.
Right.
And back and forth. So whichever, you'll know how to get in touch with the town, all right? Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Welcome aboard.
Looking forward to working with you.
All right, those two.
Hello.
David?
So, a few weeks ago, maybe a month and a half ago, we were discussing some paint in garbage cans that ended up all over the road. Well, lo and behold, again, Dahlia Court. Okay. Now, second time, I've spoken to Phil, our refuse and recycling director, and we've discussed the possibility of making some sort of an arrangement that our residents will be able to effectively get rid of this material rather than wait till Westchester County comes to FDR and you sit there for 3.5 hours to get rid of 4 cans of paint, and nobody wants to sit with it for the 2 or 3 times a year that they come up. So I just ask, I know it's a pain, I know you've got to put kitty litter in it, but this is not fair to your neighbors. We're going to rent a 4,000 PSI hot, heated power washer, and we're going to try to do the one on Somerston and this and see how it works out. They seem to be confident that with that kind of pressure and a heated element that it should be able to eliminate this as long as it's latex paint. So, and as far as highway's concerned, it may rain tomorrow. So that being said, you know, our biggest concern, our prediction is 1.5 to 2 inches over the course of 10 hours, which is not all that bad. And that being said, 40 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts, we could have some trees down, but it's business as usual at highway. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
All right, let's, we don't have our poet laureate tonight?
Yeah, I'm reading for him again. You ready?
Go on.
All right. Not Here Tonight by John F. McMullen. On Tuesday evening, July 16, 2024, I wasn't feeling well after reading a poem at the town board and left immediately. It turned out that I had COVID, as did my wife, and almost a month later, we are just getting over it. A miserable, tiring experience, I'm sure. But I probably would have been at tonight's meeting had it not been had it been on its regular Tuesday evening. But on Thursday evenings, I must Zoom host a weekly writers group established 26 years ago by our supervisor's former mentor, Vinny D'Aquino. So, Sergio is reading this ditty, but for the next meeting, in the words of Douglas MacArthur, I shall return.
Mapalika ko. In Filipino.
And that's the poet laureate.
Very good, thank you.
Done.
All right, let's jump into our personnel. We want to appoint Thomas Murphy to the position of police sergeant in the Yorktown Police Department. Thomas has been with us for a while. He does a great job. He had some stiff competition, but he will be moving into the spot vacated by Craig Scatola.
And he's not related.
He's not related, no. You mean there are other Murphys? I've never heard the name before.
A little
I just
concerned.
don't want people thinking there's nepotism.
There you go. We are going to appoint Serafina Bravo to the position of Senior Account Clerk in the Engineering Department. And we're going to appoint Ryan Hurd to the position of Motor Equipment Operator in the Refuse and Recycling Department. We are going to reappoint Jean Zappia as a member of the John C. Hart Memorial Library Board. We are going to accept the resignation received from Christy Embler, Office Assistant Automated Systems from the Police Department, effective August 1st, 2024. We are going to rescind the resolution number 404 of 2024, dated July 16th, 2024, appointing Marianne Kronk to the Finance Department. And I know I skipped one, but I did that on purpose. So if I could have a motion on those?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, and then the last one, I'll ask John Tegeter to come up to the podium. As we're going to accept the resignation received from Nancy Milanese, our Senior Office Assistant Automated System, part-time available. To assist the Planning Department, and her resignation effective July 22nd, 2024. And I asked John to come up because I think, how many years have you worked with Nancy, John?
Almost 27.
27 years.
Yeah, close to.
Yep. So, John, could you speak a little bit about Nancy? Because I don't think we could do her justice.
Okay. Well, I have to start out by saying I consider myself pretty fortunate for the people that I have in my department. They're all great people, and when I say that, I don't mean they're great at their assigned job. They are great because they become dedicated and always move above and beyond what their stated duties are, and that certainly describes Nancy. She came before me. She was there when I got there, I think around 1996. She was my front person, administrator. Very efficient at that. That was her day job, but she also moved into, we support several boards, Planning Board, ABACA, which is the ARB, Architectural Review Board, and Heritage Commission, Open Space, and we lend them support when needed. ABACA and Heritage Commission and the Planning Board need full support. Nancy took on the role of supporting ABACA and the Heritage Commission, and it's going there and supporting them, writing their memos, taking their minutes. Nancy took such a great interest in both of those boards and what they did. She really became integral to their functioning. She never came back from a night meeting or a weekend excursion with the Heritage Commission, and with any complaints or bemoaning the time spent or going out away from your family in the evening. She came glowing and talking about the people, the tasks that were done, the projects. She took great interest in what she was doing, became very dedicated to it, and what more can you ask for? And I think that's why she did it for 20 plus years. And so she did retire officially from being the administrator, several years ago, but now this is the complete and final separation from the planning department. We are sad about it. She did a great service to the town of supporting those boards with the enthusiasm that she, that evolved and grew in her for those two boards. So it's a great loss.
And I think it should be appropriately mentioned about her work with the Pines Bridge Monument and the Historical Society in general, because she was integral to that happening and really dedicated a lot. Terrific with helping you with grant writing, I believe, as well.
Yeah, somewhat. We all share that, but she knew where to find stuff. It was uncanny. A lot of times we need to go back into the history of a project or a property, and sometimes it's, remember that project that was off of, and that's all she needed. And she would find it. She would come with that file within half hour or an hour later. So she's very good,
Not
very
an easy
efficient.
task in your office. I don't think most
Not an
people
easy
know that.
task, no.
Okay, well,
That's what makes it fun.
so thank you for giving those words about Nancy, and she will sorely be missed the second time around in
Yes.
this full, but there's a sadness and there's a joy that she can go and pursue what she wants to pursue, and
She has nice children and grandchildren that she's very also enthused about, so I'm sure she's going to be busy.
absolutely. So if I could have a motion to accept the resignation received from Nancy Milanese.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Thank you very much. All right. So, we want some town board discussion, just so everyone can understand some of the things we're thinking about and make sure that transparency is out there. These are not public hearing issues. You can say something during courtesy of the floor if you would like to, but this is really a discussion among the town board that we feel is pretty important to our public. I'm actually going to go out of order, and I'm going to ask Phil Marino. Is he still here, Phil? Yes. Why don't you come up and we'll talk about the containers at the multifamily complexes.
Good evening. We discussed this about 18 months ago when we were looking to actually try to save the town money on the sanitation contracts. And when we were looking at it, we found something that wasn't fair, which everybody agreed to, that we were actually paying the sanitation contractor to supply kitchen trash containers to multifamilies. Now, we don't do that for everybody else. So just step back a minute. The way this is all being laid out is that when competition forfeited their contract, the town inherited the containers that are being used now at the site. So after discussion with Adam and people on the board, was that I'll be sending a letter out on Monday explaining to the multifamily homes who have these containers that they are now responsible for repairs and maintenance, and also if it has to be replaced. Now, if they don't want the containers, they want to purchase their own, the letter also states you contact my office and I will remove the container. So I think this is fair for the entire town, and it's also helping us out tremendously with the tax dollars that's going for the sanitation contract.
Question?
No, I don't take any questions.
Nope.
No, go ahead.
I'm on this side of the table. I get to ask questions
Okay.
now. That's one of the perks.
Okay.
Two questions. One, can you give us an idea of how many multifamily complexes this will affect, and what do you project as a potential tax savings?
It's right now, it's 87 actual containers that are out there. And it's not all of them, because even some of these multifamilies, we pick up house to house. They put it out in their house and take, like, for instance, Jefferson Village. They have their own containers, they drag them out, they don't want any trucks on their property, and that works out great. So roughly, it's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, roughly about 13, 14 complexes.
What would you estimate? Let's say these containers had to be replaced tomorrow, and if the town is not going to be buying them, but the complexes will have to buy them, give us a ballpark figure what the difference in cost would be.
To tell you the truth, I really don't know, but I'll guess about, probably under 1,000. Because it all depends.
1,000 total or 1,000 per?
Yeah, for each one. Another, don't hold me to it.
I won't hold you to it.
How much are they?
It depends on the size of the container.
Right. We mainly have 2 yarders. How much is like a 2 yarder?
2 yards around $1,000.
Yeah, about $1,000. There's 2 yarders out there. There's 4 yards. There's mainly 2 yarders.
2 yards, and you're talking 89 containers?
89 containers, yes,
So
throughout the town.
Containers are complexes.
Containers.
No, containers. There's about 14 different complexes.
Okay.
So you're talking ballpark $100,000, ballpark, 80,000
Well,
to 100,000.
to me that's not the town's problem. I mean, we don't give household trash containers to everybody here that owns a house.
So initially it was part of our, if I remember correctly, it was part of our garbage contract, and it was like an additional fee that at the time the garbage contractor was charging the town on top of what we contracted for. So what we did is we stopped that with the next garbage contract, and then when that whole debacle happened, they left the containers behind. And so what we did is we left them at the complexes. At this point, what we're saying is we're going to leave those containers. They no longer belong to us. If the complexes want them, they're welcome to have them. And from this point forward, those complexes are going to fall in line like the rest of the town. Like me, I got to get my own container. I got to get my own garbage bin. I got to get my own. And the town will no longer be in the garbage container business in terms of maintenance and repair and all of that stuff, which was part of the initial contract from the garbage contractor. He would maintain them because these things break and you gotta rust. They rust. There's garbage in them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was part of their contract, and it was just like hands off on our side. But at this point, we don't think it's fair.
Right.
And I think the fair thing to do is to put everybody, every house, every household, every door on an equal playing field.
Yeah, Susan, you
That's
also
what this
got
discussion's about.
You also got to remember the containers they have now, they're using. You know what I mean? So there's not a problem.
Oh, I think it's fair, and I applaud you for bringing this to the board's attention. You know, whoever came up with the idea, I think
Thank you.
it's fair. It should be.
I've been talking about the garbage for a while, so.
It's fair. Everyone should be treated, as Sergio said,
Like I
everyone
said,
should be treated
Like
the
Sergio
same way.
says,
All right.
they have to, if they want new ones and they don't want the ones that are there, I will take them for them for free.
No
Phil,
problem.
ballpark, how many units share a container?
Oh, that all depends.
Yeah. Is it typically, are they far enough away that,
Well,
3 or 4 units use it?
take the landing. The landing is pretty big.
Yeah.
So they have about 6 or 7 different locations where their containers are. So a lot of these complexes don't only have one spot.
Yeah,
They all, like, even I'll go back with Jefferson Village. Jefferson Village, even though they have cans, they have locations throughout their complex.
Yeah, that's right. They got like bins that the
They-
cans
listen,
are in, right?
They bring them out, you know, they do a great job.
So that $1,000 potentially could be divided by 10 units.
A lot more.
Ballpark.
Right.
So, you know, then it's $100 to
Well,
replace
it's
it.
the management of the multifamily
I get it.
complex that's going to have to deal with it.
That's probably shared,
Yeah,
that'd probably be shared
yes,
through.
throughout the whole
thing.
complex.
But
I
like
get you.
right now,
I get you.
it's not like they have to go out tomorrow and go spend money to get the containers. The containers that are there, we have a new company starting September 1st, and this one goes into effect September 1st. Everything is
Right on
all
mine.
on schedule.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Phil.
Sing a song or anything?
No, that's
Tap
okay.
dance.
dance?
Tap dance.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
You too.
Thanks, Phil.
All right. So I'd like to have a discussion next about the fluoridation plant. So back in Phil. So back in 2013,
2012.
2012, well, actually, we'll start back a little bit. Back in the 60s, we passed a law on fluoridating water. In the 70s, the fluoridation plant was built, and we were fluoridating our water. Phil? Thank you. I'll make you stay and talk at the end. We were fluoridating our water. We had a breakdown at the plant. At the time, the town did not have the money to do the repairs due to a water tower that needed to be replaced at the same time. Dr. Carl, is it
Tegmeyer.
Tegmeyer, helped find grants that covered the $40,000 engineering study to see what it would take to get the plant back online, and then about $910,000 of repair money to replace it. A building was identified as being able to be retrofitted, and that building was retrofitted. It was paid for pretty much, although there's some things the Board of Health put on us, I want to say 4 or 5 years ago. It may have been 2019 with the final payments, maybe 2020. And we were under a contractual obligation to start the plant up within 90 days of the final payment. Well, we unfortunately got held up by the Board of Health, where they wanted to add things to the fluoridation plant from a monitoring point of view. Then when everything came back and we were ready to go, they were like, oh, wait, we forgot about this, which was monitoring the chlorine because it's considered an injection point. And they want to make sure that the chlorine levels are also adequate to what needs to be there. We have been going through that process at a fairly large expense for the last, Susan, 3 years?
I think we got the grant in, I think, 18 or 19, so it's been,
Yeah, it's probably 2 to 3 years of the Board of Health, you know, sort of giving us something else, giving us something else, giving us something else. So being spoon-fed a little bit of what needs to happen. The plant was scheduled to come online after a mandatory 30-day notice, which went out with the water bills and was put on the town website, around the 31st of July. Well, there was still more that was added on, and I think the newest thing is another chlorine register meter that was there. So that's where the project is. Now, there was sort of an obligation to do this based on our town code, which has not been changed. The town code says that the town of Yorktown will fluoridate their water. There's contractual obligations when we decided to accept a grant and accept the money. And there was a time limit which we are actually out of that time limit, which is a violation of it, but beyond our control, so no one has come knocking on the door about that as of yet. I have been getting a tremendous amount of research from both sides of the aisle on fluorine. People who are for it, or fluoride, sorry, fluorine. Yeah, too many. Well, it's there's a specific name of the fluorine that fluoride that we use has like it's a multi-compound that's separated out when it hits the water. But the fluoride, there's a lot of research on both sides of the fence that some people look at as the Bible, whether it's for or against. So I understand that there's a lot there, and from a supervisor point of view, I've had many conversations with our town attorney, Adam, including one today while he was sitting in the airport waiting to come home from vacation. Then there were 2 or 3 others while he was on vacation. One sitting at the beach, so I don't think he minded that much. I don't know how much he listened to me. But that being said, there are contractual obligations that as a town we're responsible to uphold. I can't say, well, Sergio was a supervisor 20 years ago, and he made a deal with the police. I'm not going to honor that. We honor what we have, and then we look to, if our public wants to talk about it and do things, there are ways for them to do it. But at this point, we come to this issue with the fluoride plant and getting started and getting it online. So I think that it's fairly important that we have the discussion.
Yes.
Susan, I know you're a big proponent for it. I sit on a fence. I don't know where Sergio and Patrick per se. So, and I did have a conversation with Dr. Tegeter, not Tegeter,
Tegmeyer.
Dr. Tegeter in the back, but Dr. Tegmeyer about.
Congratulations.
I didn't know you got your doctorate. Sorry, Dr. Tegmeyer about going through the research even more, and following the trail. But Susan, I know you were very involved with those hearings when they came up. Do you want to give us a little background?
Yeah, so like a 12-year background, but I won't give you 12 years in a lengthy story. I think you've heard me speak over the years, about this with a growing sense of frustration each time. It's a sad example of how a town could not, multiple administrations could not deal with a health problem. And there's no question fluoride is a health issue. The problems are not just the Board of Health, okay? They did contribute to it, but there was a host of problems, and I won't go into the sad history of that. Multiple reasons for the delay. You talk about contractual obligations. What that means is that if we were to discontinue fluoride or not turn the switch and turn it on, because it's not turned on yet, we'd have to give the state back $940,000.
Please,
Okay.
please,
All right.
please,
Just-
respect.
just be
We're
quiet.
having a conversation.
All right. The other thing, the one that's more important, and Judge, especially more important after that outburst, is the whole question about the science of it. And you said there's a lot of science on both sides. Well, let me read something that Dr. Tegmeyer wrote. He was interviewed by a local reporter, and he sent this to the reporter, and the reporter just summarized it. But let me just read portions to you. We have been through this for 12 years. I can remember vividly sitting in a crowded boardroom like this when I was on your side of the table and everyone except one person spoke in favor of fluoride, of continuing the fluoridation. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention have called.
Folks, please.
This is what Dr. Tegmeyer wrote. He is a Yorktown resident. I believe his practice is in Mount Kisco, I think. The Center for Disease, and he also, just by way of credentials, he is a board member of I think it's the 9th Judicial District of the dentists. So he represented and speaks for the dentists in the region. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention have called community water fluoridation, CWF, quote, one of the 10 great public health achievements of the 20th century, close quote. Why? Because decades of evidence have continued to show that the overwhelming predominance of that evidence continues to confirm that CWF reduces tooth decay 20 to 40%. Children who receive CWF receive a lifetime gift of having less calories than those without fluoridation. In fact, research shows that fluoridation benefits the public of all ages, including older adults who become susceptible to root cavities that are difficult and expensive to repair. Fluoride toothpaste by itself does not provide full protection against decay. CWF and fluoridated toothpaste work in tandem where one does not replace the other. People ask why you can't just take a fluoride supplement pill or vitamin. Studies show that there is only 50% compliance with fluoride supplements. A study was done by the New York City Department of Health by Dr. Jayanth V. Kumar, comparing number of cavity dental procedures in children between 80% fluoridated in Westchester County and 0 fluoridated in Rockland County. The Rockland children had access to fluoride supplements, yet few were found to have double the cavity procedures. In over 75 years since CWF was introduced, with over 6,500 published research papers that met the criteria of scientific method, and of that set out as expert advice evidenced by the U.S. Supreme Court in 1993, CWF has proven to be safe, effective in reducing dental decay, and saves families money. The water coming in from the Catskill and Amawalk reservoirs has a natural fluoride content of 0.4 ppm, parts per million, which is suboptimal for reducing decay. By raising the amount to 0.7 ppm, you get the optimal effects of fluoridation. To give some perspective and safety, the oceans of the world have a fluoride content of 1.2 ppm, and there are many mammals that live in the ocean and have no adverse effects. The question has arisen as to why this public health project took so long. Okay, I won't go into that. There's one other point he makes. Talks about what Dr. Tegmeyer talks about junk science. He compares the over 6,500 studies accepted by the science community, and there's a long list of all the national health-related associations that support fluoridation, okay, to be safe, okay. There's a lot of junk science on the internet, but under the Supreme Court decision in 1993, Dauber versus Merrill Dow Pharmaceutical, the court laid out the criteria of what is acceptable scientific evidence. None of the junk science would be accepted. But those of the 6,500 studies would be. So there you have the issue. It's science that's recognized by all of the leading national health organizations, and then the others which are not. I think when this has all surfaced, Dr. Tegmeyer offered you, and I didn't print that out, but he offered you 2 additional resources to contact, and he volunteered to give you.
Dr. Amler as well.
Dr. Amler. At that public hearing back in 2012, Dr. Ambler, the head of the Westchester County Department of Health, came here and spoke in support of that. All right? And she has been in touch with, I don't know whether it was you, Supervisor Lachdeman, or your predecessors, urging Yorktown year after year after year to come and get that process done. Yes, I know there's junk science. I know there's anti-fluoridation people, but there are also anti-vaccine people. So think about that. And so,
Folks,
and so
please.
balance that.
Please.
The system, the final piece, the final piece of
Folks,
equipment.
please.
acco-
14 months of hospitalization.
I have one suggestion for people who are opposed to fluoridated water. You don't have to drink it. Just get bottled water.
Our skin is the biggest organ in our body. Our skin.
Please, folks. Please.
I urge my colleagues on the town board, okay, to weigh the accepted science from a long list of national recognized health associations, okay, and compare that, okay? And don't delay it because they are almost ready to turn the switch on. We have been without fluoride since, you said 2017. All right, then don't drink, then don't drink, don't
We don't want to shower in. We don't want to brush our teeth with it.
Folks, please.
Don't-
Please.
Don't drink the water.
There
That's
are-
it. Don't drink the water.
Susan, you're instigating. You're instigating.
All right.
You made your point.
So-
Okay, guys,
If
hold on.
If I may, so Susan, I just want to say something, and I said the same thing to Dr. Tegmeyer regarding, John, you're on my mind. Regarding, first off, to say that mammals live in the sea with a higher fluoride over centuries, that's evolutionary. So they're either going to die if it's bad, or they're going to adapt and evolve. And I don't think that comparing mammals living in that, it's like saying an alien from a nitrogen-based atmosphere is going to have, well, oxygen is bad, but maybe not. It's a stupid comparison. I'm sorry. Please, I understand. I also have to say that, like he told me why some of the things were junk science, and he used PFAS and PFOS, FAS and FOS, and to say that a study is no good because it didn't take those into account. It does not verify that the fluoridation is good or bad. Let me finish, please. So this has been a debate, and it's come up before in the court system, and usually the court system has said, no, we're not hearing it, we're not hearing it, we're not hearing it. But the San Francisco court system, the federal government took a case to trial that ended in January, or the end of January, beginning of February, that actually was saying that the EPA was using junk science, and they were discounting stuff that they should have put into effect. So we are waiting on that decision from anyone who wants to be more educated in this. And I personally think that we need to, look, I think we're under our law and under our contracts that we've signed in the past. I think we're obligated. I think we need to. But I can say that there are a couple different things. One, if tomorrow the EPA case came out and it was found that this is harmful, I would pull the plug like that. Please, I would pull the plug in a heartbeat, and then let it go. I'd be more than happy to supply fluoride pills to the public.
So yeah,
and make it for people. Folks, please.
Give them to Susan. She wants them all.
Please be respectful. So I'm looking at that, and I think there are also ways to, personally, there's so much on either side of this debate that I'm trying to find out what the process is. Maybe this needs to be a public referendum. Maybe this. Folks, that could be a blessing or it could be a curse, because you might have a lot of people in favor of it that are like, I want to go that way. But those are some of the options I've been trying to explore from our point of view, because I don't think the answer, as I told you earlier, is saying just drink Poland Spring.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what honestly, that is.
Right. I think we need to be respectful to both sides of any argument, and to not say that, well, I'm just going to discount it because I don't believe. I think we have to listen, and I think that's an important aspect.
But is there a way? I know there was some discussion about it. You and I had a discussion, as opposed to forcing people to fluoride the water and forcing people to drink the water. I mean, you're not forcing them technically to drink it, but it is going to be something that they're going to be using and utilizing. They're going to wash their dishes. They're going to take a shower in it and all of that stuff. Is there an alternate way that we could provide the public service that Susan speaks about without, forcibly giving it to everybody like pills? Is there some kind of a, I don't want to say loophole, but is there some kind, because we are contractually obligated, unfortunately. I wasn't on the board when that happened, but you got to abide by the things that happened in the past. That's how it works.
Folks,
so
please.
I don't know if there's something that we can look at where we can provide the public service, which I understand some people need it now. I will tell you, I grew up in the Bronx. They fluoride the water like crazy over there, and
stunts your growth.
It stunts your growth, and it also
Throw that softball.
it also did not save me a dime on my dentist bills. So I don't know where I stand exactly on it. $940,000 is something considerable. I know people said just give it back. I don't think it's that easy. We do have an obligation to everyone in Yorktown that pays taxes, and some people may not want to give that money back because that money's got to come from somewhere. It just doesn't come out of the trees or something like that.
No, there are people who have a very strong belief, and that's fine.
On
and
both sides. Right?
And there are people
On
that
both
have
sides.
a belief that it shouldn't be in your water, and that's really what the problem is. This is a very, very polarizing debate. And I'm telling you, I've read things that I'm like, oh my God, this is the best thing in the world. So best thing since sliced bread. And then I read something else. I'm like, oh my God, I don't want this.
You can't believe it because it's like everything else in the world today. We're saturated by information. You don't know what information is right, and there's always an argument to contradict, the other argument. Now, it's like there's science here, there's science there, and then the scientists say, well, that's not real science. The other scientist says, well, that's not real science, and it's this ping pong, thing. Did you have fluoride in your water?
Yes, grew up in Yonkers.
And you still lost all your hair?
Lost all my hair. I don't understand why, and my bones are weak.
So,
but you know what?
so anyway.
I think it's important also to know that this is a long-time debate, and at this time, I will throw some kudos out to our town clerk and her office, because Diana went back into our records when this all started in about 6 months before I was born, in 1965. This is not something that from my office we took lightly. And I thank Diana and Maura and her staff because they did not take this lightly either, and I assume Anna helped out quite a bit at records. They pulled up legal decisions from back then. They pulled up petitions from back then. There was a lot of information, and those petitions were both sides. The legal decision in reality was that it's town law, and that's what it is. So this is and I think the main reason that we're talking about this now is out of respect for everyone in the room. And I say everyone, because I am
and in
sure-
town.
And in town,
And
yes.
people watching.
But the ones who, especially those of you that came here that feel one way or another, you know, it's heard. And I've gotten emails both ways. And Northern Westchester Joint Waterworks has gotten emails both ways. And when you look back through all the paperwork, it's both ways. It's both sides of the aisle. So that's really what, you know, why I think we need to discuss it. I personally don't think we have much standing to say, well, let's just toss it out the window. I do think it would be unfair to our tax base. I think that there are other ways that we could hopefully solve this. And if someone is, you know, truly unhappy about the fluoride, there's a filter system. There are other ways, but they're not 100% effective, and they're not. You know, there are a lot of different things, and they could be expensive as well.
So if I don't know the details of the original agreement, but if we were to go live, is there some kind of a minimum amount of time where it has to be in operation, or is it, you know, is there any kind of like term limit?
It's not in there, but honestly, you know, look, there are decisions that are pending out there that may say to us we should pull the plug.
Right, but
and that same decision might also say, no, you should really keep it running. And it depends. You know, there's a lot of science. There's a lot there. You know, I have a very, very good friend who is like, she doesn't want to take a bath in the water. She doesn't want to shower in the water. And it's true that, you know, someone mentioned skin is the largest organ that we have, and it is, and it absorbs these chemicals. It absorbs all this. So there's definitely a lot of things that need to be there and be looked at.
Look, I'm new to this, but I'm not for government telling you what to do, AKA. I'm not for. I wasn't for everybody mandating the vaccination. I wasn't for it. I'm just speaking. This is discussion, and I'm not for. You know, is there a way that there could be a supplement? I don't know. I'm very new to this whole fluoride stuff, so I'm saying my piece.
Well,
That's
Susan's
all.
biting her tongue to
I
respond.
know.
I honestly, I don't know where to start, because I've been through
guess I'm
this.
done.
I sat through that hearing in 2012, okay? So I have heard all of this. Ed, I have,
Folks,
okay.
folks, please.
There are so many different points to make.
Technology has changed since 2012, also.
We have gotten better, okay?
I know that.
And they're doing the state-of-the-art
Okay.
system now with the proper amount of fluoride, okay, taking into account everything. All right, in no particular order, just let me go through some of the notes.
Go ahead.
You talked about the, something that Dr. Tegmeyer said. I'll agree that the mammals thing is not apropos.
Folks,
But
please.
I think, I would
Susan,
hope you would show
Susan.
respect.
Yeah.
I hope you would show respect, okay? Because
What you said to us.
I hope you would show respect.
We're having a discussion.
I res-
Don't engage.
Okay.
Don't engage.
all right.
Just go on with,
Ed,
go on with your
Please.
thing.
Ed,
Let-
you talked about the, a point that Dr. Tegmeyer made about the anti-fluoride studies, that he didn't take account all of the other chemicals, which is an absolutely critical part of any scientific study, okay? That you have to identify and subtract out your variables. So that's the point.
But it does not disprove.
It doesn't-
It just says that the study is incomplete.
So you can say anything you want, and you can say, oh, it's the
But you could say
fluoride.
pro, you could say against. with
Okay,
that.
but that doesn't stack up against the other ones. You talk about, well, if that court comes out, that San Francisco court comes out, you've got appeals through 2 levels of appellate courts, okay? The 3-judge appellate court, the full appellate court, the Supreme Court. You're talking years. We all know how long it takes once once a district court, a federal district court has a decision, okay, and then it has to work its way up the judicial system. So to say, just because the district court said X, we're gonna flip the switch. So that's an issue.
And I would
Can
say.
can I have a chance?
Well, I want to respond to
All
what
right, go ahead.
And I would say on that point that it is better to be safe than sorry.
But
Please, thank you.
I think we have seen so many district court decisions overturned at a higher level, so I wouldn't be happy, whichever side that I was on how a district court went.
Right.
Okay. I have to remind you that you were on the board that voted for this, and you said before, we can't go back in the past, just because Sergio doesn't like what was done 3 years ago, he can't say no to it now. You voted for the grant, you voted every time there had to be a change and a supplementary expense, you voted for it. So to change your mind now, when there's no new information coming out, that's
Susan,
another thing.
I did, folks,
All right.
folks, please.
All right,
And I did say before that we obligated ourselves, and yes, I am included in that, and I did do my research there. There has been a change in research over the last 5 years that this is, or 6 now, that this has started. So you know what? It's an evolving thing, and that's why I think the court case is so important. But
So where do we go from here?
I have a few other points to make, okay? You say there's new research, new evolving, and I don't know whether it was you or Sergio
folks, please.
made the point about the internet. If you look at me, you know I grew up in the non-internet age, all right? So yes, the internet is fantastic in terms of giving us the ability to search out and learn new things that I never had when I was most of your ages, okay, that I couldn't do. But it also has opened us up to a lot of disinformation, misinformation, not just on fluoride, but on a whole host of other issues. And I think everyone will agree to that. We have a serious problem in this country with the problem of misinformation. And I'm not mentioning any other topics, okay? That's another issue, okay?
Please.
All right.
I can end the conversation now, or we could finish.
All right?
I think we need to finish, but I could also clear the room and watch it on TV. Please.
And I would also like to say that I think I see 3 rows of very, very, very vocal people, okay? But I hear the rest of the room is being quiet, and I haven't heard from any of those, okay?
And you're not supposed to, Susan, so please
Okay,
leave
I'm not
that
asking,
alone.
okay. And one final, very personal point of view, both of you mentioned your Bronx, your Yonkers, I'm Brooklyn, okay? And I always said, how did the dentist make money? Because I never had cavities, okay? Because I had fluoridated water and I had fluoride treatments as a kid. So
It's more hereditary than anything
that's
else.
what, you brought up your personal experiences.
Yeah.
That's
fine. But I'll tell you, I had plenty of cavities, but I drank soda as a kid, and that's probably why.
Anyhow, I hope that the waterworks is scheduled. I think they were doing it today, tomorrow, to do that final testing on that last piece of equipment that does not involve the Board of Health, okay?
The final piece of equipment for people and the board is a monitor to make sure that the actual levels of fluoride do not go above.
Fluoride or fluorine?
Fluorine.
I think it's chlorine. In this
Well,
case,
no, it's a fluoride also. It measures the chlorine and the fluoride, and what it does is to make sure it doesn't go above the 0.7 ppm, which, and this is one of the things that scares me. When I read the law that was on the books from the 70s, it was a minimum of 1.0 to no greater than 1.5. That's what the law on our books still is, actually, but it's been the amount has been lowered now to 0.07 as a full. So I was on the phone with Matt from Northern Westchester Joint Waterworks about all of that today and talking about that, so.
They know what they're doing, and so if that equipment is installed and then tested, okay, the switch can be turned on, and it can be turned on next week, and I think it should be turned on, and I would hope that this board would support that. Would support it. At this point, you say we have obligations, there's a serious monetary obligation.
Folks.
I don't know what you're thinking about if we find some alternative. I don't think the town is ready to spend money to supply fluoride supplements to the public.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's probably cheaper than buying the fluoride.
I-
So I,
And most of us
please,
don't want it,
please,
so
folks,
we only get
folks. So, look, I tend to agree that we need to flip the switch. I tend to agree, though, or feel, I should say, that we need to, look, if something comes out that's accepted by the courts, whether it goes for appeal or not, that we pump the
Listen.
brakes. We listen to it, we pump the brakes. So I haven't been able to find enough, one way or the other, to say, this is where I stand. Susan, that's me, that's my personal, so you could shake your head, but that's how I feel. I also feel very greatly about having the transparency, being able to talk to the public, letting that, well, I've had plenty of input. I have, Lorraine, how many emails? We have about 120?
No, 70,
About
it
100
said in the paper today.
That was old news. The paper takes a while to go.
I'm gonna talk for
That-
Susan.
Dan, you could talk at courtesy of the floor for 3 minutes.
How about them?
Dan, and I've asked them,
about-
Dan,
Okay, cool.
I've
Let's
asked
be
them to
polite.
stop. I'm
Let's
asking
please,
you to
let's be
stop.
polite.
You've asked them
Dan,
10 times.
Dan, let's be polite, please. Let's be polite. You'll have your chance at courtesy of the floor, which will come eventually, all right? And we'll have a long meeting. I can stay here till 1 o'clock, all right? If
It might
lots
be
of
longer
people
than that,
wanna get up.
Susan.
You'll be here
All
next
right.
Optimistic.
Okay.
All right,
This
so,
is a very important local issue. This is a very important local issue.
Dan.
Dan, please.
please, we're having a conversation. I'm not saying,
Dan.
Dan, it's enough, Dan,
Dan.
all right? We're trying to calm everybody down, and we're trying to have a conversation. Okay, you're out of line. all
Dan,
right?
let's show them that
Everybody,
you're
just
better
let us
than
have our
them.
conversation, please.
yeah.
So now, what
But
are...
I want to
Go
let
ahead.
Susan finish her points. I'm sorry.
I'm finished. I just urge this board to carry out what it said it was going to do in 2012, in 2018 or 19, when it applied for the grant, it accepted the grant. Multiple resolutions with you on the board. I don't think there were any with you, Sergio. I don't remember, but there had to
We're
be
not.
multiple additional expenses. Unforeseen issues came up. The board fully supported it. I don't think anyone voted against it. I could be wrong.
No, I do not believe so, because
Okay.
we spoke to.
So everyone, over all of these years, from 2012, Dave, you were there. You were a councilman.
I voted against
You
it.
voted against it.
I was 1 out of 5 people that voted against it. And I did my research.
Okay.
Fluoride is a byproduct of the
Okay.
production of sheetrock. It is not a pharmaceutical product.
Folks, please.
Next
But
thing,
the
we're
point
putting
that-
Prozac in the water.
Okay, I just urge you to authorize pulling the switch next, as soon as the technical system is worked.
The reason this is a discussion and not, folks,
Guys, come on, honestly, let us have our discussion. Go ahead. Ed.
so the reason this is a discussion and not a resolution or a vote is because it's already in the books. And I will sit here as a supervisor of the town and say that I feel we need to, and I feel that I will make that decision above and beyond the rest of the board, because I have that obligation and duty to carry out our contractual obligations in the law.
Thank you.
So I will take the full heat for it, as it would be, from the people that are against it, and I guess I will take the accolades of the people that are for it. But I think it's important, once again, that we have the discussion. People know their voices were heard. We have run through an excessive amount of information, and I have spent probably more hours on fluoride since I've taken office than I care to think of. And you know what, though? It's been educational. It's been personal for some people. And I have more than enough empathy to understand what they're talking about and what they feel. And there are probably legal remedies they could look at to try to prevent fluoridation of the water. I do not think that they're able to do anything for this. But like I said, I will make that decision, and I did speak with Matt, and he is going to call me when things are up and running or ready to run, and we will have to pull that switch. We will make that happen. So I think it's, once again, you have to be transparent. You really need to sit here and listen to the voices. I've been up here for 9 years now, and I think that that's the most important thing. And I don't care.
That's our job.
Yeah.
That's our
I
job.
don't care what side of the aisle someone lives on, what side of a discussion they live on. They're going to be, folks. There's going to be right. There's going to be wrong, and we still have another discussion item before courtesy of the floor. So.
Sit down.
Yeah. So it's really, really important that we go through this, and I also felt I felt encumbered upon myself to make sure that people who are against it understand that I will have to make my decision based on what is right for the town and town law, and I need to follow that. That is my guide in this, and unfortunately, I don't have enough evidence, one way or another, in my opinion, to say, no, I have to, because there's stuff on both sides. So we entered into this obligation, and I will be making that decision as soon as it's ready to go to start it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Given your concerns, I do appreciate that you are fulfilling the obligations of the town's commitments. And I thank Diana and her staff for doing the research, because I just remember hearing that at some point in the 60s, in the 70s, that the town voted for it. I believe it was a referendum, but I don't remember the
No,
details.
actually, it wasn't, and that's,
There was no referendum that we can find that was passed.
So
It was
what-
passed by local law April 20th, 1965.
Okay, thank you for
by the town
researching it.
board.
I know
And
it-
there were several petitions for and against,
Yeah, okay.
even way back then. There was also an opinion from the attorney back then that a referendum could not be done. That's what we've gotten so far in our research, but we're still looking into more things.
Yeah, thank you, yeah. I know, by law, we're very limited. New York's towns don't function by those kinds of referendums. Thank you. Thank you for the research.
Right.
It's fun looking through the old
so. So I want to move on to the next thing, which is a proposed local law to amend Chapter 300, Section 81.2, and Section 94C10 with regards to the recycling facility. John, can you come up?
Sorry, John.
Just give me an FYI.
Do you want me to go over the proposed change first? Do you want to?
I just want to say I prefer to be addressed as doctor. Get that out of the
Dr.
way.
John? Toothbrush? I loved your music back in
I
the
think
70s.
Thank you.
Dr. Tegmeyer has more hair than you. All right.
A lot of people do.
Yes, we had one last discussion.
If you want to start it off, that's fine.
So, let me borrow your papers because I left mine upstairs. So, wrong one.
They're all there.
You have,
That's it.
Oh, I forgot to take that back. We did that.
Transfer station, right?
yeah.
Yeah, that's it. It's one page.
Yes, okay. So, Section 1, local law to amend Chapter 300 of the Code of the Town of Yorktown entitled Zoning, be it enacted by the Town Board of the Town of Yorktown as follows. Section 1, Statement of Authority. This local law is authorized by the New York State Constitution, the provisions of the New York Municipal Home Rule Law, the relevant provisions of the town law of the state of New York, the laws of the town of Yorktown, and the general police power vested within the town of Yorktown to promote the health, safety, and welfare of all residents and property owners in the town. Section 2, Section 381.2 of the Code of the Town of Yorktown is hereby replaced in entirety with the following language: reserved. Section 394C10 of the Code of the Town of Yorktown is hereby deleted in its entirety. Section 3, severability. If any clause, sentence, phrase, paragraph, or any part of this local law shall for any reason be adjudicated finally by a court and of competent jurisdiction to be invalid, such judgment shall not affect, impair, or invalidate the remainder of this local law, but shall be confined to its operation and effect of the clause, sentence, phrase, paragraph, or part thereof directly involved in the controversy or actions in which such judgment shall have been rendered. It is hereby declared to be the legislative intent that the remainder of this local law would have been adopted had any such provisions been excluded. Section 4 is a repeal. All ordinance, local laws, and parts thereof of inconsistent with this local law are hereby repealed to the extent of such inconsistency. And Section 4, the effective date this law shall become effective upon filing in the office of the Secretary of State in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Home Rule. John, I had the law, but I do not have it on me. So, the section that we are removing?
Deleting?
Deleting, yes.
That's the 94C10?
Yes. Do you have the text there?
I don't have the text with me, but that is, I can describe it. I can describe it.
Sure.
It is a section that allows in the light industrial zones in the town a particular use described as a recycling center, in which that use would be characterized by the operation of taking material, waste material that has the ability to be recycled and repurposed at that site, and then removed from the site to find its new life. So, and that use includes of course, a building, but also the trucking and the vehicle movements in order to bring the material to the site. It includes the equipment and vehicles to break it down and sort it and then repackage it, and then it includes the vehicles to remove it from the site. So that is the use, and that is what, if I understand it, that law will repeal that section.
So this law was added back in 2012.
12.
Okay, thank you, Diana. It was brought before by one of our waste haulers who was looking to do their own recycling for household waste versus having to truck it down county or Peekskill. I'm not sure which facility they were using. The intention of that is probably our 5 or 6 trucks that are out on the road coming back in and dumping it. The proposed differences, I think this law was poorly written back in the day. It did not give us enough definition. And I think that once again, the years that have changed, there's definitely some differences in what a recycling plant and a transfer facility are. I know we've heard some estimates on 600 tons per day on our roads and some other.
A proposal that is on the table now would have some intensity represented by that number, yes.
So my intention for the rest of the board is to propose these changes today. If everyone's in agreement of setting a public hearing,
Has to be referred.
refer it out, set a public hearing, and get some comments on this and talk about this. This has also been a concern for our town. There have been a lot of people that have been vocal about this, and you know, it's something that once again, voices are heard, and this is something from a quality of life point of view that I think is a huge effect.
So look, at a planning board meeting that you know, I'm the liaison, right? So at one of the planning board meetings, the applicant stated that there was going to be 200 tons of household recycling debris and 600 tons of construction debris a day. And we were trying to determine how many trips. I think Willa Lascala was asking the question, how many trips did something like that equate to per day? And we determined through a couple of questions that there are 1-ton trucks, there are 2-ton trucks, there are 8-ton trucks, and the largest truck is a 16-ton truck. So if you do a little math, right? I'm not the smartest guy in the room, but I know how to add, subtract, multiply, and divide, right?
Calculator.
And I got the calculator out. So we're looking at 800 tons of construction of debris, of recycling material of whatever sort. If you take the average of between the 1-ton and the 16-ton truck, call it 8 tons. That's 200 trips, 200 trucks a day. Now that's a rough number, and that would be one way, right? The truck that goes in, got to go back home. Can't stay there overnight, right? And then where does that material go that they drop off? Well, there must be other trucks that are going to cart that material out and take it to its final resting place. That's a day. That's a day. I don't think that the law, Chapter 300-94, permitted uses, the section where, you know, it's supposed to be a recycling facility, intended, you know, 200 or 300 huge trucks cruising down Route 6 a day. Now, if you could extrapolate it. If they're 1-ton trucks, then it's 800 trucks one way. That's 1,600 trips. If it's for, you know, and you could do the math and you could extrapolate, but on average, I don't think the law that's on our books, you know, the spirit of that law intended something to this magnitude. So, Mr. Supervisor, your question is, do you have my support to refer this out? Absolutely. Let's do it right now.
Patrick, anything?
Well said, Sergio. You know, I'm backing up the referral.
Susan?
Yes, I support it. I wish it had been done sooner because I think it was very clear, you know, weeks, months ago that the existing law was not appropriate. I was here in 2012. I remember my recollection is that the Carter was looking at a very small type of facility, possibly a storefront in the industrial park is what he was looking at. And if you go back into the record, it was virtually no discussion in terms of quantity, what he was doing. It did say commercial and residential. So I totally support it. I would like to have our attorney just comment on the legalities of changing the law now while an application is before the board. Does that give us, are we in jeopardy at all, or are we within our rights to do that?
Yeah, I mean, I can pass things along to Adam. I spoke with him earlier today, and he didn't think that there was going to be any problem in terms of liability. He was pretty comfortable with that and wanted me to pass that message along. So that's from Adam.
Okay,
Right.
because nothing has been approved. It's still in the very, very early stages.
Correct. That's
Stages of review, and there's still very many, you know.
And it's very important to also understand that there's still a use for the property.
Yes.
We are not sterilizing the property. They can do something with it. There are lots of uses that are available in the light industrial. So
In 2008, a site plan for 2 warehouse buildings was very close to being approved. And
3.
that, right?
3.
Three. And then that was a recession time, so that fell apart. And then they came back a few years ago for a short time. And this was the site that I always forget the name because I'm not a shopper. The one who's going into Somers now.
the tractor supply
Tractor
company
Supply was looking at. So yes, there are other potential uses for the site. So
Absolutely.
so I think we are well within our rights, and I urge you have to refer it out, but because I don't think there's going to be much of a issue with our advisory boards, normally I say don't set a public hearing until you get the reports in. In this case, I say let's expedite this and let's finish it.
I think Diana was good enough to point out some appropriate times that we'd be able to do this.
So that we know in the public,
Yeah.
September 7th, so the public knows when it's going to be. Thank you. Yeah.
So can I have a motion to refer out the changes to our zoning?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And then can I have a motion to set public hearing for Tuesday, September 17th here at Town Hall?
I'll make that motion too.
Second.
All
Aye.
in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Doctor, thank you.
Thank you
Dr.
very much.
John.
I appreciate it.
Dottore,
I'm
we're
enjoying tonight.
In Italian, doctor. You're dottore.
Can you fix my root canal, John?
All right. So, let us open for courtesy of the floor. I will remind everyone that you do not have to wait for courtesy of the floor. You could email, contact anyone on the DIAS, including the clerk, our highway superintendent, our town attorney, via email or phoning in. And when you come to the podium, please introduce yourself and be respectful. There's a 3-minute limit on courtesy of the floor. There are timers on the TVs. You will not hear them, I think.
Well, maybe I'll turn the sound off.
We'll try to get the sound on.
Turn it off.
And please be respectful. I will shut down disrespect. Okay? Thank you. Thank you. Yep.
Good afternoon. Good evening, everybody. This is Mel Tansman, Mohegan Lake. Back in the days where we were all freezing and weren't sweating, I brought up an issue about the ramp that comes directly from the outside into this conference room. I was told at that time, oh, we're looking into it. However, a lot of time has passed. We know that, in fact, that ramp, I have 40 years of experience working with people with disabilities. So we know for a fact that ramp is not compliant with code standards, minimum access code standards that are mandated by the ADA and the New York State building codes. So my questions, which didn't get answered last time, I kind of got blown off a little bit, excuse me. What has the town done to remediate the situation? And also, what the responsibility is of the town's contractors who should correct the situation, meaning the architect who wrote up the plans and the builders who constructed it. Was the town's accessibility committee consulted regarding this problem? When was the last time the accessibility committee has it even met? Are any members of the accessibility committee well versed in the federal and state access standards? I really would like answers to those questions. That's my main issue. I do want to say I personally welcome Ms. Siegel to this board because I think she's a valuable asset, another voice that needs to be heard. And I do want to point out that I disagree very often with members of this town board. And I will speak to them in private. However, you could probably count on the fingers of my hands, only 7 times maybe, the times I have interrupted them personally from the audience yelling out. And I think it showed a tremendous amount of disrespect to Miss Siegel. And I do think the responsibility is yours, Mr. Supervisor, to ask the police officer to escort people out when they interrupt and treat people with a lack of respect. Because I think that's what happened here. And it doesn't matter what side of the aisle they are on or whether you agree with their philosophy. We're talking about, in this situation, 50, 60 years of public health science. I think it's outrageous that we question it right now. Our children, my brother had polio as a kid and was only able to walk because he was mandated to take a shot, which was public health policy. How many kids would be suffering from polio? In having worked in the disability community, I have friends who are quadriplegics and on respirators because they did not have that shot. I just want to point out this is 70 years, 60 years of science, and it's time that we don't question it any longer. Thank you.
Good evening. I want to give kudos to the town board. We're all Americans, and all of you are doing a great job. I want to welcome Councilwoman Susan Siegel to the board. It's a great addition.
Howard, introduce yourself, please.
Sorry, I am Howard Gould, and as you can see, I am a strong believer the way our traffic is in Yorktown Heights. I hold it close to my heart. As you can see, I am a strong believer that we have to have less traffic. We cannot afford to expand our roads to 4 lanes. There is no way to expand it to 4 lanes. Are we going to put bridges or have an elevated train come through Yorktown? I also want to bring up a good point. Mr. Dave Paganelli brought it up twice, and it broke his heart. He's driving, and also, the garbage truck is driving, the paint drops on the floor, the town spent a lot of money. Now, we're talking about the refuge, excuse me, let me get it right, the recyclable plant. What happens if they drop something that's missed? It could be radioactive, and no, really, it could be something that they miss. It could cause a health hazard. I rode on the Taconic twice since I've been living in 1999. I had a car come head on when I was driving towards Peekskill, coming at me. I didn't know because it made a turn. I thought it was driving here. I had to switch out of my lane. I could have hit the car. Mistakes happen. You can't, I shouldn't say you. You never know what could happen. Anyway, next, Mr. Michael Grace, who I respect also, who was supervisor here, and everybody, I would say, who was on the board since 1999, since I was here, always did a fabulous job. I see the work you put into it. I moved here. I felt like family, thanks to every one of you. Seriously, that's my opinion. Said that New York State will not pay for anything. Who's going to pay for it? Also with the traffic, there is a small possibility because of the traffic, because of more cars, because of the affordable, luxury affordable housing we'll have. Who's to say and nobody mentioned this, who's to say our car insurance won't go up even if, no, seriously, Sergio. No, because I thought anyway, I shouldn't assume. Anyway, because of that. Anyway, I also want to end fluoride, okay? Why not add mouth deodorant? Also, so we all have clean mouths and we're respectable of each other. Yes, everybody has strong opinions, but let's be respectable when people are talking privately. because I like to listen to both sides, and the board knows that, and I will stop because I'll be
time is up.
respectful.
Thanks, Howard.
And thank you.
Thank you, Howard.
Good evening. My name is Carla Geldman. I'm here to speak in reference to the bids and requests for proposals that the town put out. I know they're town generated, they're town approved, or rejected. I believe that homeowners do not engage in any of the bids, the contracts, or the proposals, so the contract management should be the town's department, the responsibility of the town department that put that out for a bid. So if something goes wrong, that department needs to handle whoever was awarded the bid. With that said, my issue is with the refuse and recycling program. If there's any issues with the residential garbage and recycling, residents are told to call the company, okay? I didn't hire that company. I don't specifically know what the contract is says anything to it. No matter who the company is servicing, why is it the responsibility of me, the homeowner, that I have to call the carting company and make that complaint? With that said, where does that leave the town to check the rules, the contract, the procedures are followed, to make mistakes, to correct the mistakes that have been made and prevent improper behavior? There's no checks and balances there. I call the company. Refuse and Recycling has no idea what the heck is going on, because that's why we had Facebook trash talk for months, because we got no satisfaction from the company, whether it was a past carting company or the present. Something has to be done. How does the town check that the refuse and recycling is done correctly and to the contract? Who checks that? Does Mr. Marino check that? He doesn't know what's going on, because no one from the refuse and recycling will take a complaint or a concern from a homeowner. We are told to call the company. And not saying which company, let me tell you, some of those people that have answered those phones are nasty and disrespectful to homeowners. And it shouldn't be tolerated. The town needs to take responsibility for their contractors. Refuse and recycling, I should call them. They should call whoever's handling the contract. How come this hasn't been done in the past? And what's being done to check they're doing their job? Because obviously in the last carting company, nobody was checking till it was all over Facebook again.
We answer at the end.
I'm done.
Okay. No, the end of courtesy of the floor.
I'm done.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, what was your first name again?
Carla.
Thanks, Carla.
Good evening. My name is Holly Davis. I just wanted to thank you all for putting and pausing the implementation of the fluoride treatment throughout our water supply here in Yorktown. Many residents, including myself, appreciate this. However, we have many concerns and questions. You answered most of them. However, I would like all of that in writing, like the contract, the stipulations.
You could foil that.
Okay, so I will foil it. Okay. I also wanted to allude that it's 10 years ago, 12 years actually, you had said, that there was a public hearing, apparently, and this is what transpired. But there is a lot of data since then. There's a lot of facts, and we can't ignore that. We can't ignore the resources that we have, and we also need to have freedom of choice. And there's a petition that I wanted to get at, and you said I could also foil that, so I'll do that. Susan, I wanted to welcome you to the board, but I also wanted to let you know that in the Examiner, as well as you just stated yourself, the anti-vaccine and anti-fluoride, I think that is hateful and divisive. And I think if you're going to sit on the board, that you have to respect all of us. If you choose to respect us, we will choose to respect you. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Maureen Stark. I have lived in Yorktown for over 30 years. My interest in fluoride occurred when my oldest daughter, who's now 36, developed fluoridosis. When I asked the dentist and the pediatrician what happened, they said she had a little too much fluoride. Sadly, that is a permanent condition. That prompted my interest in fluoride, and it was a concern. Coming up to maybe a couple of years ago, in the last term of Matt Slater, when he was here, I did have a conversation with him where I gave him this information, which I'm going to give to you. He was in agreement that he wished that it was never going to be turned on. That's where it was left, and we've recently reactivated this issue due to the mailings that were sent out. And I'm happy to hear that people have opinions, and I think we need to respect them all, obviously. There is more information about fluoride, and there is a concern. And if you look at the amount of illness that is occurring, and I work with very young children, they're special needs. The amount of illness that's occurring in young children is significant, and everything's on the table. So with that, I'll just give you a couple of points. Facts. 97% of Western Europe has no fluoride in their water, and there is no difference in the decay rates compared to the United States. Fluoride is a byproduct of the fertilizer industry and is extremely corrosive and a hazard if airborne. After I talked to the water department myself, lovely gentleman said that the building actually was eaten away, the concrete was eaten away by the fluoride. That was from the water department. Over 40% of American teens suffer permanent tooth discoloration from fluoride. My daughter's one of them. Fluoride is an endocrine disruptor. It may affect bones, cognitive functioning, blood sugar levels, and thyroid levels. To administer fluoride in a pill form requires a prescription from your doctor. Sorry, but I don't think y'all can get involved in that. That comes from a pediatrician or your internist, which is your choice. The water supply is not an appropriate way to administer a medication. No one can control how much water a child's intaking. You or me might have different water requirements. This is something that's in water that cannot be calibrated per body weight of the individual that's ingesting a medicine, and it is a medicine, okay? Fluoride has not been effective in preventing dental decay, especially in inner city populations. Peekskill is not fluoridated because the real issue in those populations is that Medicaid does not cover dental in most cases. That's about it. 26 seconds.
Thank you, Maureen. Out of the stuff that you read.
Good evening, Jay Kopstein. First, I think we ought to get the water superintendent in to talk about what other chemicals are in the water. Some are needed, orthophosphates, chlorine, they are in the water. I've heard a lot tonight on fluoride. I'm kind of getting some doubts, so I'm overall right now in favor of it, but my question on it is, who's going to do the assay every time there's a delivery? I can tell you that a major water system assays their delivery every time before anything is allowed off the truck, and they find errors. And sometimes they have to stop the delivery. Perhaps the board should consider a referendum. I'm not sure. Refuse and recycling. We've had past controversies. Why wasn't it the topic of a discussion like you had tonight? Did the town attorney or outside counsel represent the town? Who was counsel for the winning bidder? Like to know. AAA, and you discussed it tonight, is looking to build a recycling facility on Route 6. We don't know what's going to happen yet. But how are we going to differentiate between a AAA truck working in town contract and a AAA truck bringing stuff in from another community that's on our restricted roads, because we have no way of differentiating one truck for another? Should we have a special licensing sticker or something? And finally, when is R&R going to start auditing? CRP has been very, very good. Some of her prior contractors haven't been so good. And every time I've brought up R&R, the auditing process, I get told it's not our job to audit the contract. Well, whose job is it to audit the town contract? Telling us to call the company doesn't work, Because other than CRP, every time you call, you get a rude person, if anybody answers, and half the time they hang up on you when you've got a complaint. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay.
Hi, my name is Claudio Laraya. I live on Stony, Yorktown.
Claudio
Laraya.
Laraya.
L-A-R-A-I-A.
How
Hey,
are you?
Sergio, from the Bronx, more Spark, so what's going on?
187 right here.
Very nice. So, first I want to say that, Town Supervisor Edward, I can tell that you love Yorktown, the way you spoke about Yorktown, how proud you are. So, you know, I know that you're going to do whatever's best because your family's here and everything. So I believe you. So when you say that about the contract and everything else, I find it kind of odd because, for example, like the one thing that I wanted to read was from the Cleveland Clinic. So usually when I want to find out if something's BS or not, I go to the biggest proponent. So like the Cleveland Clinic is a, you know what I mean, is one of the
Say it 3 times.
yeah, I know, is one of the biggest proponents for fluoride. So right in their whole big spiel about it, they say the American Dental Association, which is the biggest proponent for fluoride, what we call, recommends watching the intake of too much fluoride in infants and young children. The ADA specifically recommends avoiding reconstitution liquid formulas such as liquid concentrate or powder baby formulas that require mixing with fluoridated water, meaning tap water. So now, mind you, they themselves, the people who are the biggest proponents, are telling you, don't use it for infants, don't mix it because it's bad for them. And we're over here pretending that because the science says it's fine, even though they're telling you, the same people are telling you that the science is fine, are telling you don't give it, don't mix it with tap water because it's bad for your infants. And we just had a lady tell her own story about that. So we know it's true. And by the way, I'm being from the Bronx and I also lived in Westchester for a little bit. I have less teeth than I wish. So, you know, the idea that we're going to put this, toxic substance in the water, because it's toxic. The 50-pound bags literally say toxic with skull and bones right on it. It's toxic. It's a poison. So the idea that we're going to put this in the water, not give everyone a choice. Remember, from now on, when you go to the restaurants in Yorktown, you're going to be eating that. When you go to the pool in Yorktown, forget about 4 ppm or whatever the max is. Your entire body's going to be submerged in that. So you're going to far exceed the maximum. So this whole idea that one size fits all is ridiculous. It's stupid. Now, I understand about the money situation, but there's something else that needs to be discussed real quickly about the money is the cost of that is several dollars per person per month in Yorktown. Per person per month. You do the math. In a few years, you get to $900,000. So let's actually be smart about it. I know you love the town, the people. I can tell you do. Please just find a way. I mean, and lawyers are hired for a reason. So see if there's some way we can do this, and then at least we can have at least more time, and maybe there's some sort of happy medium between all of us. Okay? Because honestly, I believe that this is a very important issue. We cannot run away from it once it's in there. Thank you very much.
Hello, Paul Moskowitz. I'm not here to complain.
Welcome.
I just wanted to say congratulations to Mrs. Siegel on taking a seat on the town board. I can't see anybody else that I'd rather have on the town board, and I expect her to bring her usual analytical mind, both knowledge and common sense, to her work. Thank you.
Dan Strauss, 58-year resident. I was just trying to balance things out when I started. I was out of line, sure, but weren't the people who didn't want the Underhill farm? You used to tell them they were naysayers and every word under the sun, just because they didn't want that. But that's okay. I have no issue with the fluoride. If they believe in fluoride or don't believe in it, I'm fine with it. There is no fluoride in the water right now. So I don't know about the guy with the bath you mentioned. He's afraid to take a bath. There is no fluoride in the water. Oh, I'm not being funny tonight. it's very serious what happened here tonight. And it happened 2 weeks ago at the meeting where you, Mr. Lachman, went back and forth with someone at courtesy of the floor. That's okay, though. And you've told us, and supervisors have told us that we can't do that. That's okay, though. So I think what you did with the transfer station is wonderful. I was against it. A lot of people here were. I hope you just pull the thing right off the face of the earth. Okay, number 2. I hope you do the same with the cell tower. The gentleman and his wife are not here tonight. That cell tower project is abominable. It affects those people, so go ahead and do what you did with the transfer station. Do that right now. And I will go back in time when it was solar panels at the park out on the Granite Knolls. And I believe the attorney who practices across the street, because he doesn't want me to use his name, and you know that, he told me one night, don't use his name. He came up to the planning board and he came up to the town board and he said, I do not want solar panels. I do not want in-ground solar at that park because it's my park. Well, the park you want to alienate is as much my park also. And the people who have complained about it, they pay taxes, we pay taxes. So get rid of that. And also, 2 ladies asked me what an overlay district was the other day. And I told them that it's a way for a developer to do what he wants. So get rid of that also. Thank you very much.
Ready?
Charlie, how are you?
Hi. Charles O'Neill, President JOC, Jefferson Village. I'm a Bronx boy, and most of my teeth belong to the dentist, so I don't know. And we had fluoride in the 50s, I think, in the Bronx. So
Brooklyn was
but
better.
again, at the zoning board of appeals on July 25th, the following topics were discussed. The AAA trucks will be parked overnight at the Yorktown recycling site, will be cleaned once a week in Buchanan, and then they'll be moved up to us. But in between that, there are multiple use trucks. One day to pick up garbage, one day to pick up recycling. So you can imagine the smell that the place is gonna be. How many recurring days will unclean trucks be parked at Yorktown? What agency monitors the cleaning, and where is it located and the records kept? Initially, it was stated that 60 to 100 trucks per day would be serviced. Now the number, just the last numbers they were talking was it went up to 130, 140 trucks per day. The representative from AAA stated it takes 5 to 10 minutes per truck to be emptied at the facility, which will have 4 sections, one for construction debris, including asbestos, and the remaining 3 for commingled debris. The hours of operation, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. The estimates, there will be 432 trucks per 12 hours. That's not including the trucks that removes the construction and the recycling to different sites that they go to. Asbestos recycled debris will be taken to another site. So meanwhile, the truck that gets loaded with asbestos drives through Yorktown to get out of here. Route 6 will be heavily congested with trucks. The Jefferson Village residents who live in Village 10 and 11 will no longer need to discard their recycled items in their bins, but now they can just walk out on Route 6 and stop one of the trucks going by. Also, it's one of the trucks per recycling station, or one truck for 3 sections to remove more recycling debris away. It just gets worse. The resolution of the Zoning Board of Appeals and the Planning Board that a traffic study needs to be done. Who will do this traffic study and who pays for it? I know the contractor said that he does it. Can we really trust the contractor to give us the right report? And how is he figuring the 300 trucks that are on there when he's just doing a traffic study now? Wasn't the buyer of this property aware of the Yorktown restrictions at the time of purchase? And why did he continue with the deal when he found out everything that he needed a variance for? He needs a variance to go close to the watershed, and he needs a variance, obviously, to move the building off the property line. I do want to, I'm going to go to my last page. The representative from AMS came, Mike Minnick, today to our board meeting, and he presented his project, which is really a nice project for the elderly. I don't know how many of us could afford to live up there when it's done, but it's a nice project. But again, now you're talking about 185 units times 2 cars, times 254, times how many cars are going to be up in that area, and then the 300 and something trucks that are going to go down Route 6. I don't know how anybody's going to move in Yorktown.
Thank you, Charlie.
I'm going to change the topic a little. Joanne Silic, Yorktown Heights. Good evening, members of the board. I had an interesting experience recently I would like to share with you. My husband and I were shopping at BJ's, and one person, a Republican district leader, struck up a conversation with us. He told us that Jefferson Village is being blamed for the Republicans losing the council seat. I was baffled. On any given day, there were up to 4 volunteers from the village at headquarters spending hours on the phones.
Joanne, I'm sorry, the election and something to do
Okay,
with parties
very
is not.
well. He added that many people were extremely angry at the direction of the town board and cited many examples: the cell tower, Catherine Street, Navajo, and recycling projects, to name a few. All are against the comprehensive plan. The residents of Yorktown, along with Jefferson Village, exercise their First Amendment rights, freedom of speech. I quote from the Constitution: "The right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for redress of grievances." The Constitution does not stipulate timing of our remarks. Each of you must publicly vote for or against amending the law, amending the law to allow the property to be moved into the overlay. The Navajo project could stay alive or end based on that vote alone. The voters will pay close attention to that part of the process. We will not forget, and we're not going away. The residents of Jefferson Village are a small number compared to all of Yorktown. They speak out against projects that will destroy the Yorktown that we know and love. No, rather than shift blame onto others, the town board should take ownership of their own actions. We live under a government of the people, by the people. Are you for or against the people who voted for you and put you in those seats? Where is your loyalty? My conscience is clear. What about yours? Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Natasha Allison of Yorktown Heights.
Hi, Natasha.
Hi. Thank you for taking the time to take our feedback tonight. I did have a question that I hope could be answered. Was pursuing the fluoride plant grant made known to the public? So that's just information I don't have, so was hoping to find that out. I'd also like to share that the United Nations recognizes access to drinkable water as a human right. Leaving fluoride out of the water continues to keep the water drinkable by all. Adding the fluoride makes it only drinkable by some. We are requesting tonight that, in light of the information and the fact that it's been 12 years since a public hearing on this, that a new public hearing occur. Thank you.
Hello, and I'm Dina Carroll. I've been a resident of Yorktown for 41 years, and I can't tell you how happy I am to see Susan up at the board at the table instead of over here knitting, but taking in all that what's going on. Can't do that up there. But I have a question. Why wasn't there a blast from the town board that she was being inducted and allowed to come on the town board? I had to call several people from the Democratic Party to find out if she actually won. I know there were 53 votes between her and Donna, but there was nothing anywhere until the last local newspaper with her picture on it that said that she's actually going to be on the board. And it's not right, because I am home and I would have come to her inauguration, her swearing in yesterday, but nobody told me. And I don't usually come out at night for the board meetings. I watch them on TV and I write down stuff that I'm interested in, but it was just not appropriate not to let the townspeople know that she was being inducted yesterday at 3:45. Thank you for your attention. Welcome, Susan.
Good evening, everybody. Howard Frank, 62-year resident of Yorktown in my late 80s. And I've been watching the garbage for a long time in Yorktown. And I go back to the days when we had to pay for it, like $40 a month, and then they made the district. But observing these garbage trucks, I called into the police department and asked the public safety commissioner or public safety officer to look at the safety of these trucks, since Mr. Paganelli has to clean up paint. If you look at even in New York City, if you look at a trash pickup truck, they have a back camera or some type of mirror to see what's going on behind the truck. Right now, these trucks are only being manned by one man, and he's running both sides of the street, and half the time he misses the cans from the glass because he doesn't know which side of the street he's on. I've called CPR and asked him, that poor guy needs help. He can't tell one side of the truck to the other because he don't know what side of the street he is. That's one of the problems why that paint is on the road, because the driver of the truck didn't even see it, what the operator was doing. That's one public safety item I would love the safety committee to address, that they have proper manning of the trucks and they don't miss after the truck, not only paint, but they lose a lot of recycling. Another public safety comment is the Yorktown School District. I don't believe they notified anybody on the town board, and it appears that I also called the police department. They've changed the public hearing here. They changed the code of conduct for students, and the public hearing is going to be August 26th. And I think the PBA, the town board, since we do supply police officers, they should really look at what this change of conduct is. A police officer can get in trouble overnight or in the afternoon by telling some child that he's doing something wrong. So if they're amending the town of the school district public safety instructions to children and teachers, we should cover ourselves with our police department and what's going on. Here's the legal notice that was not even put in the North County News. Okay. Oh, thank you. Since we were talking about roads and paint being spilled, I've been trying to contact Mr. Paganelli for a while. Every 2 years, he has to send out 2 trucks and 4 men to clean up this one particular area of swales that are clogging up the road on Curry Street. There's been an overflow of ice, standing water, and the homeowner does not properly trim the shrubbery. And once again, I'm asking Mr. Paganelli to get out there and make sure the water runs in the right direction and the shrubs are being properly trimmed and that they're not getting into storm drains.
Thank you,
I'm gonna
Howard.
give this Mr. Paganelli and ask him to get his crew.
You can just give it to Diana, we'll take care of it for you, don't worry about
Thank
it,
you.
Can
okay?
Mr. Paganelli get the copy of that, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frank.
Good evening. Congratulations, Mrs. Siegel, on your new old position. Super quick, because I know it's late. 2 points. I wanted to address the question about the refuse and recycling. I happen to agree that I think we are in a much better position to negotiate and advocate on behalf of our residents if we are working on behalf of our residents. It's a simple Google form. We can track the information. We know if there's a problem. Information is power. If we have that information, simple, how long, I mean, I could do it while I'm waiting, honestly, to create a Google form to track where the addresses are that are having issues, and then, you know, our town employees can then go advocate. I think having homeowners having to call on as a one-off is really putting them behind the 8 ball, and I don't think that's quite fair. The other thing I wanted to address is by not allowing these projects and putting them into the overlay, that does not preclude them from advancing. It just simply precludes them from being expedited. So I would just really encourage you to think long and hard about what we're putting into the overlays on a kind of on a one-off basis rather than doing it as a part of a comprehensive plan. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen.
Hi, good evening. How you doing?
Very good, how are you?
Good.
Introduce yourself.
Chiropractor. Sorry, these are reading glasses. Hi, Susan. How you doing? So, you
Just
know,
introduce yourself.
You need to introduce yourself.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm Lonnie Shrub Oak, 30 years. I'm a musician. Who dabbles in the sciences. But in any case, I just want to bring out one thing that I know your intent, Susan, is good. I can feel that. And you believe, you know, what you're saying. And we all want the best health for Yorktown. Isn't that true? That's really why we're here. Okay. So it's also comforting to believe in things that were thought to be true and to know that some greater authority, and I'm not talking religiously, but, you know, has our best interests at heart. I'm sorry to say, in my research, and I've been doing this for like 30 years, it doesn't seem to be the case, okay? Now, when you quote Dr. X, Dr. Y, or dentist, this one or that one, you know, I'm sure they're very accredited and know what they're doing, but honestly, if they're associated with the ADA, FDA, NIH, WHO, no, they don't have our back, I'm sorry to say. It's being proven time and time again, and just like the research on the toxin that is fluoride that's being done now, I believe this stuff is going to come out maybe within a year, like completely all over the world, you know? And laws are going to be rewritten. Laws can be rewritten. Okay. Are you guys aware of who first put fluoride in the water on a global level? What country did it? Well, I'm sorry, and again, I'm not saying this to freak people out. This is research. I did serious internet research, not nonsense. I also use books. And I did this years ago, but over the last 2 days, I did a lot. And we can thank our good friends, the Nazis, who the first use of fluoride in water was done back in Germany, and they gave it to their prisoners. And the reason they gave it to them, because it really is a neurotoxin, is to make them docile and to accept authority. Yeah, it does hurt. It hurts in many ways.
Folks, please.
Now, does it help cavities? Yeah, with just the right amount of percentage in the water, it does, because it calcifies things in the body. There's no real problem with that, okay? It calcifies bones and teeth. However, if you go just above that thing, you get what's called fluoritis, okay? Which means the teeth are going to get brittle and the bone structure is going to weaken. In addition to that, it doesn't stop if you ingest it. You know, I have a great filter system. It won't take the fluoride out of the water. And if you heat it up for tea and coffee, it makes it worse. Can I continue?
Lonnie, we really need to cut it at 3.
Well, I just want to say one more thing, and then I'll sit down. The fact is, when it goes into the body, it also calcifies other organs, soft tissue organs, and that's where the problem come in. Could lead to cancer, could lead to a whole. I would like to get some material to you.
Thank you.
Okay, because it
Feel
leads to a
free
lot of
to-
problems with all body systems.
Yep.
Okay.
Feel
All
free
right.
to.
Thanks.
please. Thank you.
I'll wait for Sergio.
I wouldn't have, Mike, but
Good evening, Board. I'm Michael Kiernan, 2 Brianna Lane, Yorktown Heights, New York, Somers Municipality. I had a list of questions about with transfer station and fleet parking, but I'm going to put those in my pocket for tonight, and really just wanted to come up and say thank you. Thank you for hearing me. Thank you for acting in our best interest, and that's it. Thank you very much. It's been since May. I'll see you on September 17th. Thank you.
thanks, Michael. Anyone else for courtesy of the floor? A motion to close courtesy of the floor?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So I'll address a few things. I might pass a couple things off as we go. The disrespect issue. I will say, Mr. Tansman, I never told people. Actually, that was Dan. I'm sorry. People have the right to disagree.
Not yell out.
Right. And it's a passion. And I think you said that people are passionate about it, and I agree with you. And I do not think that I was prejudicial to either side of the story. I asked everyone to please have that respect. And that is how I conduct my meetings, and I will continue to. And I will not favor one side or another. And I take advice from members of the board and this dais, as Diana reminded me of something, and I made sure I got that out. And thank you, Diana. So we do that. For the Disability Committee, they actually asked to slow down and disband. I do know they have people who are very, very familiar, and I asked them not to disband because there are things. They're working right now with our Parks and Recreation Department on handicap parking for the 202 ball fields. Tom Panic, who's the president of Guiding Eyes, and sort of like the Hair Club, not just the president, he's a client as well. Tom has been the head of the Accessibilities Committee, and he will I believe, remain, and they are working, and I've asked them to not give up. As for the ramp, I'm still trying to get to the Dina, if you hang out 1 minute, I'll answer your question next, okay? So from I owe you a drink for that. That was good. As for the ramp, I'm trying to get to the bottom of where the mistake came from. I'm seeing that it was done as a rush when they had to take the oil tank out from under the steps. There is a solution that they were waiting for some parts to just bring the ramp right out onto the sidewalk there and do as much to get away from the rest, because the handicap spots are all up top anyway. So we are trying to get that rectified. I will check on it in the morning with my buildings and maintenance team that was looking for the parts. So hopefully we'll have that taken care of.
May I
But
just clarify
no,
one thing to you?
you could talk to me,
No.
Mel, you could talk to me
The
after.
ramp, it doesn't matter if it's not by
Mel-
handicap parking space, it's still
Mel,
has to meet
I understand. Mel, we could talk afterwards. Thank you. I understand, and that's what we're trying to achieve. So, once again, people have the right to disagree. That's what our country is built on. our First Amendment right, our willingness to hear things, and from that point of view, I ask anyone returning, please be respectful, because something tells me this doesn't really go away. Something tells me that we will be looking at this again, as we are looking at many of these situations. And there are always two sides to a story. For everyone who's against something, there's someone for it. And we listen, and our job on the board is to try to make the best decision for the town of Yorktown, not the decision that says, how can I get someone to vote for me? That's not what we should be about. We need to weigh the entire town. Dina, you had asked about the swearing-in ceremony. So the swearing-in, do you want to take it, Diana, or you want me to?
That's your idea, answer. So what happens when an election takes place? Once the Board of Elections certifies that election, which is normally 2 to 3 weeks after the election has been done, they send to the town clerk a certification. Once we receive that certification, which predicts the winner, then those candidates are notified. That candidate contacts the town clerk, or the town clerk contacts the candidate that won, and they officially swear them in before they obviously sit at the table. Every single elected official in this town, since I've been town clerk, has been sworn in a private official ceremony with their family and some of their friends. That's always been how it's done. If that elected official decides to do a bigger inauguration, a ceremonial ceremony, they set that up privately, they do that privately, and they announce that privately. That's a whole different aspect of what we do. But for the town clerk, it's an official ceremony. It's official that they come in to my office. We typically do it in the boardroom, and that is done with just a small group of family and friends ahead of time.
Well, and I can also state that, believe it or not, Susan was eager to get sworn in and get started. I know sometimes she's a slacker, but she was very eager. And when did you receive the notification that she was certified?
We received the email the same day that she was sworn in at 3:45.
So, it's, believe me, not disrespectful. There was a press release out on it once everything was certified. It was in my newsletter. But once again, that's a private ceremony. A matter of fact, when we got sworn in the last time, it was done separately. We didn't even have, the group of candidates come in at once. I came in with my wife, my mother-in-law. I think my brother-in-law might have shown up for that one. And that was it. And that's how it is. And then I and the other, no problem. They saw it on Facebook.
They saw it on Facebook. It was put out on Facebook.
Someone put it on Facebook. I understand, but we didn't put it out.
The town did not put it on Facebook.
That was put out by, I believe, a friend of Susan's. Maybe.
There definitely wasn't any kind of conspiracy to hide Susan's inauguration or anything like that. All right, let's just get that out there right now. Sorry.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, actually, Dina, we're not supposed to have the back and forth, but I think.
Okay, Dina, just let me add to what Ed and Diana said. One, I do remember twice being sworn in, and it was just private. Once was a big party afterwards because other people wanted it. I did get an email from Diana. What day are we on? Wednesday, right? Yeah, I was sworn in yesterday. Yeah, I was sworn in yesterday. I got an email early in the morning. I called her up about swearing in. Diana and her assistant, Maura, were off-site for most of the day. And so she said she would be back in town hall roughly, after 3 o'clock, give or take. So we agreed that it would be at 3:45 when she would comfortably know that she was back. I did notify some friends. I'm technologically challenged and are having issues with my Facebook page, so I could not send out a Facebook notice the way people communicate these days. So I just sent an email to some people, okay? And some of them spread the word. So again, there was no conspiracy, but it was all done very quickly because I wasn't interested in a big big splash of a ceremony. I just wanted to have Diana swear me in and get to work. That's all I've wanted to do. Yeah, that's
Thank you.
who I
Yeah,
am.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Susan. And I don't think you let the ink dry before you were getting your computer, so.
Yeah, I started work right away.
All right, so let me jump in, and some of these might answer questions down the road as we talk about roads. I know Howard brought up the roads with the traffic. Unfortunately, the New York State Department of Transportation on our state roads.
Guys.
Thank you. With our state roads does not. They do not jump on board to spend money. For those of you that are not aware, we are the largest amount of New York State bridges and roads in our area, and we get the least funding. Go figure. We struggle with it. We struggle to get DOT. We work with Pete Harcum. We work with Matt Slater. We work with Dana Levenberg. They all are advocates, but unfortunately, the way they allocate the money, it's trying to beat blood out of a stone, and they're not very, very helpful in it. I think that from a traffic point of view, the unfortunate reality of things is, especially as there's a press for housing with the housing shortage that's in existence, and New York State wanted to be able to open up our town rules or our town laws, so we eliminate zoning, and you could build a 5-story building as of right if you're within a mile of a bus stop. Things are going to add to traffic. I would say that from a senior point of view, I do not think that 2 cars per household is accurate, because my wife, not that I'm calling her a senior, even though yesterday was her birthday. Yes, my wife doesn't
on
like
TV.
driving anymore. I know I'm dead anyway,
being
so I might as well
recorded,
go
bro.
in. My wife does not drive anymore. I think that a lot of she will if she needs to, but I think a lot of retired couples travel together and don't really drive around in multiple cars. I'll jump into the bids. So the departments are responsible for the bids and the contracts, and it is part of the contract. In particular, refuse and recycling is supposed to be recording all of their data, and we have, I have a rather thick file on my desk of complaints over time, whether they're email or logged in. So I will talk to them. I do agree that we should not be dealing with the contractor as residents, that we have people to do that, although there are times that the resident wants to talk to the contractor. But from that point of view, we did one of the aspects of the new contract is that they do have a liaison that's supposed to work with our parks and recreation, our refuse and recycling department on these complaint issues. So it's really someone in site and route management. One of our people has already worked with the gentleman who's been hired for this position, and is extremely confident in the relationship that they'll have in getting things taken care of. But I will definitely, I think I'm supposed to meet Phil here at 6:15 a.m. tomorrow, so I'll definitely have that conversation about it with refuse and recycling and taking care of that. Holly, as I said, you'd need to foil stuff that you'd like, which, is everyone's right. If anyone is unsure, we do have the queen of foils sitting here at the table.
No more.
Susan can help you out and give you some direction.
Freedom of information is important.
Yeah, it is extremely important.
Extremely important.
Yep. I know it's been 12 years since the last public hearing. It was out there with the grant, though, too, which was 18 or 19. We have had the hearings, and I understand that as the clock strikes midnight, then it's like, oh my God, the carriage is turning back into the pumpkin. And unfortunately, we follow that. Well, fortunately, we follow the policy. Unfortunately, sometimes people miss it, And doesn't mean it didn't happen, doesn't mean that opportunity wasn't there. And we will keep looking at it. And as I said, there may be other avenues for people who are for or against to go down as well. And, you know, we're looking into that so I could answer the questions out of my office. And yeah, as it comes to people who are against fluoride or for fluoride or against vaccine or for vaccines, we should all respect everyone's right. I think that that is unconscionable that we make a separation based on someone's belief, whether right, wrong, or indifferent. And you know, if it's something that affects them especially, you have that right, absolutely. And I'm sorry that that got into a back and forth. It should not have. And there was a comment made about the concrete being eaten away in the building. I think Maureen, that was, Maureen's gone. So, okay, but she's absolutely right. And look, we need to understand that chlorine can be dangerous in high levels. Arsenic exists in nature. And at times, you know, when you get to quantity, it's poisonous. So there are compounds in nature, which of course, the more you get, the more dangerous it is. And I think it's important to realize that that is not, you know, that doesn't mean that it's totally harmful either. There are some beneficial things. We'll see where the science takes it as it goes further. Jay, for the assaying of the delivery, that's Northern Westchester Joint Waterworks. They have a system in place. They've dealt with the fluoride before for 40 years, 40 plus years. So they are familiar and they're able to take care of that. When it comes to bidders, we're not even up to the point where there's a contract for an attorney as of yet. So our attorney will finish the contract. They will go over it. Whoever the attorney is for the bidder, I do not know who AAA uses, as we have garbage contract on there. Their attorney will look it over, and they'll come back, and it'll go back and forth. It is the job of our refuse and recycling, though, to oversee that contract. One of the things that has been a constant complaint is early starting in our garbage, and that will be in our contract, and it will be for them to look at. So we will. There's a fine schedule for certain things, and I have made it quite clear to both our attorney, refuse and recycling, and the trash company that I intend to stick to the letter of that contract when it comes to these issues. The question on the difference of trucks, you know, that all of them are marked and registered, but I don't know. I don't know what mechanism we'd put into place. I'll talk to Phil, who used to work in the city, or you could talk to. Okay, sounds good. Claudio, thank you for recognizing my feelings for Yorktown. I do have a love of the town. My wife, my daughter, my brother-in-laws. Well, one wasn't born here. He was born in Thornwood, but moved here when he was 2. They've all were born and grown up in Yorktown. My mother-in-law has lived here since the 50s. I do feel very strong about my second home, or actually people already call it Yonkers North, because everyone from Yonkers ends up moving up this way eventually. I understand, you know, that the level of fluoride can't be looked at very well. We don't know when the toxicity starts, although there is some pretty good evidence that the 0.7 parts per million is a low enough level, especially because when you look at it, we're bringing in, and you may disagree, I'm just going by what I've read, and we will keep looking at it, but you know, we need to trust some of it. As the old saying, you can trust but verify, and keep looking. And I'm sure there are more tests going on. We have the court case, and I'm hoping that we see some results out of that shortly, one way or another. Paul, yeah, I agree with you, Susan. It's great to see her here. There's a wealth of knowledge, and I'm glad that she can't have her knitting needles with her, because sometimes I think she wants to get up and stick them in me. So, she did promise she did promise not to knit at the table.
Can I knit if I sit there?
Yes.
Thank you. All right.
So, Mr. Strauss, my friend who does not want to take a bath actually is a female, but she doesn't want to take it if we start the process, as I had pointed out. And there are a lot of people that feel that way because the skin is so absorbent of it. It's not right for anyone to be out of line. I think I addressed this before. I've addressed it many times. People that I know are strong supporters of mine as well as people who do not support me, which is their right. I think it's important, though, that we have the decorum of the meeting. I have never told people they shouldn't voice their opinion. That I don't agree, they're stupid or whatever. I don't remember exactly how you put it, but I always will listen to the opinion. I will always have the conversation. I am always accessible. I know I've spoken to many of the people here via email or on the phone or in person being stopped, and I will always continue to do that while I serve the town and even after, because I like people, believe it or not. And you had mentioned back and forth during courtesy of the floor. It wasn't during the courtesy of the floor a couple weeks ago. It was while I was answering some questions, and the resident, who was very passionate about the issues, and rightfully so, because it was something that was creating damage to her home, could not check herself. And in that back and forth, which I was trying to stop her from, one of my board members actually got involved. And I think I slammed down on her harder than I did on the resident, which sort of shows that. And she didn't speak to me for a week, which, blessing or a curse, I don't know. But you know what? I don't like doing it. I don't think it's appropriate to have to bang the gavel and to go. But when I have to do it, I'll do it. And unfortunately or fortunately, people are passionate about what they speak about. That's one of the things I love about being up here. You could have a great conversation if people want to have it. And there are many people in this room that have had conversations with me. And we'll keep going there, and I'll keep pushing that. We spoke about solar panels, cell towers, overlay district. I will say that the solar panels at the park, the only reason we were able to get rid of those because that was accepted, and then, I know Tommy had really had a change of heart about us doing that, and then unfortunately for us, they blew all of the contractual obligations, and we were able to pull the contract. If not, we'd probably have solar panels up at the park because it was approved by the town board. The cell tower, there are two sides to that story as well, and one of the big sides is a safety issue. We have not heard that the governor has signed off on the alienation, but my intention is if the governor does sign off on the alienation, then we will have a public informational, not only with the cell tower company coming in and asking them about different ways of increasing our communicative ability through these dead zones that are throughout that whole area, but also to have an expert or two come in to talk about the effects of the towers, the cell towers. I think that's important because, once again, we heard many times today about different things. Technology changes, especially over a 10, 12-year period. Cell phones have been around a little longer than that. I think my first one was in the 90s. So,
and we have said that we're going to bring the company in to see if there are alternatives in order to allay the safety concerns that are there. that have been identified, and then in order to allay some of the concerns from the residents. So we're looking into it, and we're going to try the best we can. And you know what? The jury's out right now. We'll see.
Right.
But we are pursuing that.
Yep. As for overlay districts, they have been recognized by the state, by the Business Council, by Westchester County as being a transformative way to address different issues within the community. I believe it is also spoken about in the comprehensive plan, Susan? You would,
In very general terms, but
Yeah.
not, the way they've been applied in Yorktown is not the way it's talked about in the comprehensive plan. There is a vast, vast difference. Vast, vast, vast difference.
one afternoon, why don't you and I sit down and
Okay.
you could
Yeah.
educate me a little, because I know you are were very involved in the comprehensive plan, so.
And also in the Yorktown Heights and Osceola district, which are very contradict what the comprehensive plan recommended.
So let's talk about
Yeah.
that. Thank you. Joanne, I know you spoke about, Charlie, save everything you had on your paper for our public hearing. Because that's the stuff that, we will be looking at and talking about, and I think it's really important. So, as for the zoning, the one thing I will say, we have a zoning board of appeals for a reason, and it's called Board of Appeals, because as a property owner, you have the right to appeal. They may or may not agree with you, and I know there was a big problem with the variances that were being looked for, to the point where they were turned down once, they came back with something different, and I think it was actually put off to September, for the September hearing. So, we have some rights, and I have sat here before, and I don't want to sound like a parrot, but everyone has the right to exercise their rights, and I will not slap it down and say don't. So we have that. I think it's an important part of the process, and it's something that we need to respect and hear. Joanne, that sort of goes into the First Amendment right, and as I said before, I know you're not going away, and I love you for it. I respect you for it, and I will sit here again and say I will not make a decision based on your vote or anyone's vote in the room. I will make it for what I think is best for Yorktown. Yep, and that is, I will continue along that way, and I will hear all of the arguments for and against, and do the best I can. And as long as I could put my head on my pillow at night thinking I made the right decision, I'll be happy. I spoke about the induction, Howard, Frank, the paint in the trucks. Dave, was that the garbage truck or the recycle truck where they put it in
Household garbage.
It was
That
household.
as paint cans are put in black contractors' bags, unbeknownst to whomever is picking up the garbage.
Right, so
They
there is
pick it up and until they crush it,
Yeah.
and that we can't even determine whose home it's in front of because they don't crush at every single stop.
Right.
So they could have picked it up 2 blocks before and it crushed it in front of someone's home.
Right, so there
we
is
need
really,
to present an alternative also for the residents.
I think, and I will,
And
I
hope
will,
they take it, and hope they use the
Well,
alternative.
I'll look at, I'll talk to Phil again. He was looking for something to hopefully start next year.
Yeah, I'd spoken
which
to
is
him
the-
about it.
the paint recycling program. So-
Right. I thought about putting a few 5-yard dumpsters up in our recycling yard, but then, I've got, it's a DEC regulated facility and that's a bit of a problem.
Well, there's there's a service that does it, and I think that it's free. So he's looking.
Free is
into-
good.
Yeah, free is the
We got-
best.
We
You know what they say, if it's free, it's for
actually
me.
went to the
Recycling plant?
town
Or
of-
free or cheaper.
Where did we go in the city?
You went to Yonkers, city of Yonkers?
No.
Oh.
We went down to the city for the town associations.
Oh.
So we went down there. There's a company that comes out and will take all the paint. So we should probably just gather it and then make a phone call and they come take it for free.
Same one that, I think that's the same one Phil's talking about.
I have
so-
the card.
Okay, great.
Yeah, we spoke to them at the Associations of Towns.
Same thing. TOA, AOT.
All right. Jan, I think I answered your questions on overlay and the R&R with the phones. I agree wholeheartedly there. Michael, even though you're Somers, we still love you here, and we listen. And I do want to say that your supervisor, Rob Scarano, has had your back. He's had conversations. He's asked me to notify him about the public hearing, and he's been very involved on the back channel. And you know, I think your elected officials are doing you justice there. So hopefully. Hopefully things, you know, work out for the way you're looking for them to work out. Susan, there was some things addressed to you. I don't know if we answered everything or.
No, well, if you want to go in turn, go ahead, Sergio.
Oh, you can. Go ahead.
No, I'm looking at the clock, and I know we have some important public hearings, so I just wanted to be brief. You've covered most of the things. I'm delighted, you know, that we're dealing with the recycling, you know, issue. I just wish it had been done a little sooner. On traffic, I think it behooves mostly our planning board, but to a lesser extent the town board, when they are reviewing site plans for significant developments that will increase the traffic, that they do an absolutely stringent, very stringent review. And when improvements have to be made, the developer pays for them and not the town, okay? So I think that's something that we can control. The garbage issue, I think, I see both a one-off, they didn't pick up my garbage today. That's a simple call to the contractor. And then I see recurring problems, that they're constantly missing my site. They're constantly early. And those are the ones that there has to be something. I think in an early contract, you try to get the contractor to hire a specific person, and that was taken out because of the cost implications. But I think we know the issues, and I had an informal conversation with Phil earlier, and he says he's going to really be strict with the Carter now, and there are fines, and the fines come off their monthly payments. It's not like we fine them and then with them we hope that they pay the fine. We subtract it from their monthly check. So I think it does behoove us, because we've had some bad experience. We know what the problems are. Let's stop that. Just one final comment on this whole concept of listening. I've sat on this board twice before. You can listen to one side of the room that says yes, and the other side of the room says no, all right? And how do you decide? Because there are more applause on one side than on the other, because there are more people on one side than the other. It's a very difficult thing for public officials to take. Most of what we do, I think, is pretty non-controversial, fairly routine. But then you get the really controversial issues, whether it's a new development, a rezoning, fluoride, recycling, something else. And yes, there are usually two sides of the story, but I think we have to listen to both sides. Those of us in this room who are married, do we always agree with our spouse? No, but we make up, and we're
That was good for you.
We're friends. There's somebody in the audience who I've met here for years and years and years. We agree on some things, we disagree on others, but we work together. Paul Moskowitz, who had some very nice things to say about me, we were totally on opposite sides on an issue in 2006. Absolutely not. But years later, we worked together on many other issues. So it comes and goes, but listening is critical. But you can't say, town official, you listen to me. You've got to listen to me, because I'm not listening to them. So it's a very difficult thing that we have to think, but everyone has a right. And I applaud Yorktown, because Yorktown has had a courtesy of the floor for as long as I can remember. In fact, we used to have 2 courtesies of the floor, and I'm thinking about possibly going back to that, the beginning of the meeting, the end of the meeting, because you don't have a right, because I sat on your side, and when you weren't happy with what the responses that you got, you were able to get up and say, but I disagree with what you said, or you didn't answer my question. And I am part of a state organization on open government, and I have to tell you that there are communities in this state where the public has no opportunity to do what we call courtesy of the floor here. they can talk at public hearings, that's a law, but they don't have the right to be up here for like 2 hours to talk the way you have. So I think we applaud that in Yorktown. There are a few other changes I'm thinking about making for courtesy of the floor, but that will come later.
You could talk to the board and see if they support it.
They might not like my ideas, but I have some ideas about courtesy.
Well, I will say courtesy of the floor is limited to 3 minutes. Otherwise, as Joanne was saying, we could order in breakfast, and I don't know if Burger King's delivering their egg sandwiches. And thank you, Susan, for bringing something up. Someone had mentioned, it might have been you, Jay, the traffic studies. The traffic studies are paid for by the developer, but they don't just hire their own person. They hire a person, the town hires a person. The town submits the bill after it's done. So the fiduciary responsibility of the contractor doing that is the person who hired them. So they make sure that we get our report for what we hired them for to do. And you know, that sometimes there's a lot of disparaging talk about, oh, contractor. Oh my God, they want to make money. They want to do this. They want to do that. Well, if people didn't want to make money and invest in Yorktown, we'd be living in the Stone Ages here. We would not be making.
We wouldn't have houses.
We wouldn't have anything. We'd have no police. We'd have no garbage. We'd have nothing, because the development and all is what really spurs economic growth.
And when I grew up here, there was one traffic light at the high school. There was 5,000 homes. That was it.
I find it hard to believe, Patrick, you've never grown up.
Nah, I know, but you know,
it
has the town has grown.
Yes.
And you know, it's gonna and it's not gonna stop. There's housing issues everywhere. I was just up in the Cape a couple weeks ago, in a little tiny town in the Cape. Everybody's developing, and everybody's talking about affordable housing. Yes, it's a problem all over the place. It's not just in Yorktown.
Yeah.
It's not just in Yorktown. And this is not something that you could just turn around and go, okay, you know what? As a board, no one can sell their house over $400,000. We don't do that, you know.
And I will tell you, just for one comment, I sit as the liaison on the planning board, and they do a stringent job. And you know, yes, the developer should pay for a lot of the traffic that they bring in. But sometimes there are issues where we've already had problems in certain intersections. Take the Underhill intersection right here on 118. So, you know, I think the planning board does do a stringent job. I think they do look at stuff, and the costs are passed back to the developer, especially for the traffic studies, just like the supervisor just said.
Yep. I actually got an email about 35202, the other corner, today, about the danger of that. And trying to work through with DOT. We've been actually when that whole project started, that board was Lonnie's board.
Which project?
The Wyant property.
Oh.
We got involved with DOT, and we're still waiting for answers from them on some of it.
Well, there's no money for the plan. It was a nice plan that was developed, but I won't live that long. to ever see
I don't know if any of us
that
will be
plan
living that long.
implemented. That was, but it's there on paper.
Yep.
It will gather a lot of dust until it's ever developed for widening 202, both sides of the intersection.
That being said, I don't have any further comments. We do have a couple of public hearings.
Yes.
I think.
Can I ask a favor?
If Councilman Murphy needs
I'm
to say
expecting
something.
a very
One
long
second,
day tomorrow.
One second, Dave.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
If Councilman Murphy has anything to say.
Sorry, Patrick.
No, I honestly, I agree with Carla when she says that the constituents should be calling the department heads. They shouldn't have to go through that, you know. So that's my little 2 cents. I agree. It was a very good idea.
You want to cut out?
I'd like to, because I anticipate probably working through the night tomorrow night.
Yeah,
so
and
if you could just do my resolutions before I see a very significant public hearings, and I don't have another 2 hours.
All right.
I won't make another 2 hours.
So,
So starting on page 4.
You had some time, huh?
Page 4 in the middle.
I've had time. to
3
look
lines
at it.
down.
Where are you, Dave?
Award bid for tree removal services.
Okay. So, from the Highway Department, award the bid for tree removal services for the Highway Department. We're looking to give it to New England Property Maintenance of Mayapack, and they came in low bidder and most responsive as well.
Yeah, and a third less than we were paying.
Third less than we were paying. Great job.
Which is great.
Yeah.
You know,
And we
third more
want to
work.
award a bid for Highway Garage Addition for the Highway Department, and this is for housing for our staff on the snow days, the storm days, the tree days, and
Showers, bathrooms.
the shower, restroom, and all. And that actually is grant money, correct?
Correct. Actually, it is $375,000 of it is grant money.
Okay.
Correct. The other 375 is coming out of my fund balance.
Which we have.
Yes.
Is that a grant from a long
Dasney.
time ago for the
Yes.
old highway garage thing? Yeah.
All right, and I think that's it for you, Dave. You're not
No,
the erosion.
I think the next I have is the transfer on page 6. The transfer of the 375 from my fund balance into the
Oh,
capital
yes.
projects.
In addition, be it further resolved that the controller is authorized to process the following budget transfer for the Highway Department, and it's a transfer of $375,000 from fund balance to the capital project for the highway garage improvements to fund the construction of an addition on the highway garage. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
No
it.
problem, David. Have a
Been
good
an
night.
education.
See you tomorrow.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
In the morning, just update me, because I saw some on the storm.
Yeah,
but
it's
I know.
sketchy. We'll
It's
see. It'll be what
hit,
it
hit or
is.
miss, and in this case, I like a miss.
I prefer the miss as well. Thank you, Christine.
All right, so we are going to give our clerk a 5-minute break, and anyone else who would like one. Tom, if you want to stop the clock. Good evening. We're back from a short break. If we could have attention in the room, order in the room. Thank you. All right. We will now go to public hearings. We have a decision for the proposed local law amending Chapter 275-25 entitled the Yorktown All-Terrain Vehicle and Off-Highway Motor Vehicle Law. And this is to consider the proposed law to amend Chapter 275-25 of the Code of the Town of Yorktown entitled Yorktown All-Terrain Vehicle and Off-Highway Motorcycle Law. I will say that, oh gee, I'm drawing a blank on his last name because I went to school with his wife, and I always think of her name, but Ed, who was the
Mr.
gentleman.
Moffett.
Huh?
Moffett.
Moffett, thank you. Ed Moffett, I ran into him actually at BJ's gas station. He thanked us for the work done on the law and was very happy to hear that we are going to be moving it. So at this point, I would ask for a motion to accept the law as written.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
All in favor?
I have some comments first
Sure.
before the vote. Did you want to say something, Sergio?
No.
Oh, one, you know that I've been working on this for a long time. I thank you for doing it. You know, from the last public hearing, I did have some reservations relating to enforcement. I didn't check actually, I forgot to check the written law that the changes were made with some text problems. I'm assuming that they were made. The one thing that concerns me is, please, when you send out press releases, be careful, because one went out several weeks ago saying the law was passed, and it was not passed. It was
Yep.
it was really clear that there were issues that had to be done. That said, I'm ready to vote for the law, but I hope that we get serious about enforcement, and we talk about that. And unfortunately, the burden for enforcement is going to be on the public, and nothing should ever happen like what happened to Mr. Moffett. But
I agree.
the public is going to have to try to enforce this, because the police just can't be every place.
Well, it's a phone call, and let's clarify that. The public should not be trying to stop someone.
No.
Should not be trying to get involved in a physical sense, because, you know, that will lead to the type of incidents. I will tell you that I am often on the phone calling RPD. They do respond, whether they know it's me or not, because sometimes I use my wife's phone and I just say, hey, I saw this. And you get a response. You see the people out there. But like you said, it's a heavy burden to try to go to. And, you know, when something happens, matter of fact, I was just reading today about someone who stole a car, got out, ran from the police, got tased, fell, hit their head. They're paralyzed, and they're going to sue for $8 million because they stole a car.
Yeah.
So it's just a crazy situation. And with that, did you have any comments you wanted to make? I saw you sort of. Yeah, nope. Okay.
But
just
I
making
think
sure.
we do have to remind our public, okay, that what this law says is that you cannot use ATVs and dirt bikes on town roads or in any town facility. And that has to be emphasized. It is now against the law.
Yes.
Period.
Well, as soon as it hits the.
As soon as it's officially
Yes,
in
approved.
the state, give it 2 weeks. No ATVs and dirt bikes on town roads or in any town, on any town facility, any town park.
Yep. At the last movie
Trips.
night, Sergio had to go up to someone who was riding around on an electric bike on the track.
This,
And on
well,
a
that's
field.
separate.
Right. No, I know, but
E-bi-
that's part of
e-bikes
that
is
law.
separate.
But
E-bikes
that's-
is separate.
Right, but there's a law about them being used during active recreation. And this person had to be going 25 plus miles per hour.
That's right.
On the field during the movie night.
While kids were running around, because
And
it
Ser-
was a kids' movie. It was Trolls or something.
And Sergio went right over, and unfortunately, the experience was the parents were like, well, I'm here to watch them. Okay, thank you for taking responsibility.
Yeah.
So, but yes, we need to make sure. So, we had a motion, we had a second. Your comments, good? All in
Absolute-
favor?
All in favor? Aye.
Aye. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
It only took about 2.5 years, but we're making progress.
All right, so we are going to convene a public hearing to allow comments on the Housing Choice Voucher Program's 5-year plan. Sandrine, you still awake? Still with us?
I'm wondering that myself. So I don't know if you want to still go through the whole presentation. It's late.
I heard it was only an hour and a half.
So we're submitting two things, the 5-year plan and the annual plan, which we do every year. But the 5-year plan, you can go to the next slide. Thank you. So the 5-year plan is basically a document that we submit to HUD every year, which inform HUD of what our mission is, how we expect to fulfill the needs of low-income and very low-income families in our area. Next slide, please. So we do need the plan to be certified because it needs to be consistent with the consolidated plans. So the state or local officials need to certify the plan, and we did speak with the Westchester County Planning Department. They reviewed the plan and they certified the plan. Next slide, please. So how do we adopt the plan? First, we go to the TAN board for approval to schedule and advertise public hearing. We post notices of public hearing in appropriate newspapers, which the town clerk's office helped us with. We then post the plan draft on the website in our office, and we put it in the town clerk's office, and then we hold a public hearing, which is why we're here today. After that, when the comments have been made and reviewed, we do obtain a TAN board resolution adopting the plan, and we then move to submit it to HUD, which we have to do 90 days before the end of the year. Next slide, please. So what is in our 5-year plan? It's basically our mission, which is to provide safe, decent, and sanitary housing conditions for very low-income families in Westchester and Putnam County. We also have to think about encouraging self-sufficiency. So our goals, while we're doing that, are to follow the applicable laws and also treat all our families fairly. We provide decent and safe and sanitary housing in compliance with HUD standards. You okay, Diana?
Fine, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. So again, we encourage self-sufficiency, we maintain a high level of professionalism, and we encourage private owners to rent to very low-income families. Next slides, please. So in addition to submitting our 5-year plan, we're submitting the annual plan, which usually is just a document that explains to HUD that we'll carry out all applicable civil rights requirements, that we will promote fair housing, and we will not discriminate against anyone. So if we are ready, we can hold a public hearing, although I don't see many people here.
That's okay. We probably have some people who want to talk. So we'll open the floor for public comment.
Sandrine,
Sandrine,
you have one.
You could have a seat.
Oh, sure.
Second.
Great,
Thanks.
thank you.
Hi, Mel Tansman. As you guys know, I've been working in the field of social services for about 40, 50 years, and I'm still a member of the county's Housing Opportunities Commission. I just want to say the importance of Section 8 to the housing stock when we're hearing so much about how housing is unaffordable when people are on fixed incomes, are elderly, on Social Security, or disabled people on Social Security, or even SSI, they are not going to find housing without other changes if it wasn't for the Section 8 program. So it's a wonderful program, but, and I'm sure you would agree if I said this, it's really hard to find housing that can also meet the requirements that it's safe and decent, and also, although it's illegal to not participate in the Section 8 program, willing to participate. And it gets back to the whole issue of how this town works around the issue of integrated affordable housing for not only the seniors and the disabled, but for all people who are in lower income levels. That if we don't do more in a proactive manner in this town, the Section 8 program is wonderful, but if we're not going to be able to find housing in this town, it's at the fair market rent level, it's not going to go anywhere. It can't help a lot of our residents if we don't have more housing at the fair market level. And one way to address that, once again, would be set-asides that you can put into the zoning code. I know that there is opposition on this town board, including Mr. Supervisor, who thinks that it's unconstitutional to take away developers' property rights. I don't think that's correct in the constitutional law. We'd have to speak to a lawyer about that. But I am saying that we need to address, and the county agrees, that every town in this county should be cooperating with the county in making sure that there is affordable, accessible housing in every town in this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mel.
Good evening again. This is Howard Gould. I totally agree with the last speaker on 90% of what he said. I agree that there should be affordable Section 8. There are people that can't afford, the $1 million or $750,000, and even if those and the properties are 55 and over, I think that they want to build. Is that correct? Let me know if I'm incorrect. And say they're allowed to lease out those homes. First of all, you have to be 55 and over. Who's going to lease out to someone who's a Section 8? They're not even going to get a good return on their home. Anyway, to get to my point is, who will participate in that when they're spending so much money already? Are there any affordable homes left in, I think I had a conversation with council. We had a very nice conversation, in fact, with Councilman Murphy, and we talked about, are there any other homes that are affordable even? And we didn't even talk about apartments. Now, we didn't talk about Section 8 and then it's a lottery. So what are the odds of someone getting a Section 8? And I wish the other people were here, because I was going to mention, why not go, well, I'll save that because that's going to be a punchline for next time. But I don't want to go on because I'm just going to repeat myself. And again, I don't know if I welcome you. Susan, it's great to see you here. And I like the line where I'm going to miss you not knitting. So can we take a vote that Susan can knit?
Not knit.
Okay, I know I'm repeating a joke, but I'd love it. Thank you. Have a good evening, everybody.
Thank you, Howard.
Thank you.
I'm short. Good evening.
Hi, Sarah.
I just wanted to share very quickly on a personal note. I grew up in Larchmont. We were, very comfortable. We lived in a spacious single-family home. My mom had a stroke, and our parents divorced. And, ultimately, it was my sister and I with a single disabled mom who worked. But our circumstances changed. Our income went down, and we qualified for Section 8 housing. And it meant that we were able to stay in our community, go to the same schools that we'd been going to, keep our friends. And I'm just so appreciative of a program like that. And, it allows people to stay in their community, and that's what we as a community should be doing. And that's one reason I serve on the Community Housing Board. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you for sharing, Sarah.
Maura Gregory, also on the Housing Board, although I'm not speaking for the board. I just wanted to briefly state, because there may be some people who don't know what Section 8 vouchers are, very briefly, I just want to state that they're a federal program, federally funded, that provides vouchers to people who are of low income. They go and they find their own private housing on the private market, and the landlord accepts the voucher, and the government pays the landlord a certain percentage of the rent based on what the tenant's income is. This is a very important program. It's very important. There's plenty of people in Yorktown who rely on it in order to be able to live here. And I hope you will all vote to support the Section 8 program tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Ken Belfer, this time with my chair of the Yorktown Community Housing Board hat on.
Another week.
I'll first say that it's far too late in the night for me to nitpick. But because of the time, I'll be extremely brief and simply say I agree with what's been said previously. I think the program is very important. This is an administrative task that has to be done annually, the adoption of the 5-year plan and the certifications, and I support your doing so. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Judith, did you have anything, or no?
Anybody else?
All right, motion to close public hearing?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So just to address a couple things, I also agree, and Sarah, thank you for sharing. My mom needed rent stabilization in order to stay where she was, and you know, she was raising 3 boys alone from the time I was 5, so many, many years, and it was very difficult. So I understand that. I'm also proud of the amount of, well, first the community involvement with the housing board. And also we do have a very good amount of affordable apartments, affordable housing. The last project the Keir Street project came out beautiful. Really, really a good job. The issues with Section 8, I think, Mel, you mentioned where people don't take them, even though it's illegal. There's a young man that I worked with as a mentor, and he's now a housing advocate down in the city, and he grew up in the system, actually, the OCFS system, for those of you that know, which is the youth criminal system. Ended up going to jail, came out, and was really able with good mentorship to turn his life around. And he and I have had many talks about the issues that he sees, and he looks at it as in a very great way, which he looks in the mirror as well as looking at the problem of people saying no. When I say he looks in the mirror, he says, look, I know a lot of people with Section 8 housing vouchers that don't care for the property because it's not theirs. And he said that one of the things he wanted to work on was the education of the people getting the vouchers and making sure they understood what was there. And you know what, I'm not sure where he is. We haven't sat down and spoken about that for a while, but he was getting involved politically, doing what he needed to be a community advocate. And Tomaine, keep up that great work down there. And it's wonderful to see. I think our Section 8 housing does a phenomenal job in town. And how many people do we service, Sandra? 132 families. And
that's awesome.
Yeah, and I am all in favor of this. So I think at this point we have a draft resolution to look at. I know I don't like people being surprised by resolutions, but I think that Susan, I know, knows about the program. Sergio, you've been on a vote, so.
I would just be curious, Sandrine, do you know how many years we've had a Section 8 program in Yorktown?
Unfortunately, I don't.
My guess is at least 40.
I'd say more than that.
Okay, and I
I'd say
think
more than
Yorktown should be commended for having done this, and it's for we were in the forefront of doing this, and we've had a series of administrators, and it's a program that helps these families. So I thank you, and I thank all the predecessors, and I thank the previous town boards who initiated this program. I think you said more than 40.
I think
Yeah.
way more than 40
Okay.
years.
You need to come up. You could need to come up to the mic. Yeah, Tom's gonna yell.
Yes, I was going to say a bad tenant is going to be a bad tenant. It's not because they have Section 8. We do have to go through explaining the whole program to them when they first come in, and one of the rules is that they have to actually maintain the place and take good care of it, or they can lose the voucher.
But you're absolutely right about that, because I have tenants that are Section 8 and I have tenants that are not Section 8. And, you know, a bad tenant is a bad tenant is a bad tenant.
Right.
And it doesn't matter how the rent gets paid or where the if they have a voucher or not.
Correct.
Because I've had some tenants that were horrible and they weren't, they didn't have Section 8 either. And so that it's really got nothing to do with it, because I really have some wonderful tenants that are on Section 8,
Right.
and I love them. You know, it's so you know, it really doesn't matter, and anybody that conflates the two together is just dead wrong.
Thank
So
you.
it's a great comment.
And I was going to say thank you for the clarification, because my intention was not to conflate them. It was in the effort of the, or in the essence of the conversation that Tomaine and I were having. And it is a point that I brought up, that it's just, you know what, some people just suck.
You know,
and
I mean,
they
the
don't have
program has a bad rap
respect.
for
And it
some
doesn't,
reason. I
right,
don't
and
know
it doesn't matter what their standing is in life. And, you know, some people just don't really have no respect for people's property, and it doesn't matter where they're coming from, as Sergio pointed out. So thank you for the clarification, because I didn't want that
So
implication.
This is a how should we say, a softball.
Yeah.
This is easy peasy, and I say we move ahead.
So then can I have a motion to adopt the Housing Choice Voucher Program, Section 8 5-year plan for fiscal years 2025 to 2029?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All
Keep up the
right.
great work, Sandra.
Yes, thank you,
Honestly.
Sandrine.
I don't think
And
I
I
can
know you
speak
want to.
for all of us.
She needs one more.
Oh. Okay, and let's,
Another
God
one.
bless. The 1 year or the? Yeah.
Authorize her to sign.
Yeah. Authorize Section 8 Program Director to sign the annual Civil Rights Certification. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
God bless.
Salute.
I think I'm allergic to red. I don't
It could be.
I think it's Ed.
You made it, Sandrine.
Thank
You
you.
made
all
it.
night.
It's early. Early in the
We're having a
morning is
good
the time
time,
it
but
is.
I think that my intern Ryan is saying maybe I better look at a better thing.
Thank you.
All right, so let's convene for a pet care facilities. So we're going to have a public hearing to consider a proposed local law to consider amending Chapter 300 of the Town Code of the Town of Yorktown entitled Zoning to allow a pet care facility in the C3, C4, and OB zoning districts. Mr. Tegeter, oh, Dr. Tegeter,
Dr.
sorry,
Tegeter.
Dr.
Tegeter.
John.
Affidavit of proposal.
Dottore.
Thank you for the affidavit of posting. Dr. John, yes.
I'm not a veterinarian, by the way.
Uh,
Okay,
Dr. John was a musician,
he was, piano player.
yes.
Okay, so this is a proposed local law to allow by special permit what we call doggy daycares, which differs from kennels in that it is a drop-off situation where you leave your dog for a number of hours, usually the whole day. And we have found that first of all, they're becoming very popular. We've had a bunch of inquiries on them. We do have one that exists in town that was allowed pursuant to, in the C4 zone, in which the building inspector at the time made a determination that the zoning code allowed it because it said you're allowed veterinary hospitals and other uses similar to above. But there's no regulations that govern that use. And so this special permit proposal lists a bunch of things that they will have to comply with, such as proper indoor space and adequate indoor space, proper and adequate outdoor space, and a bunch of regulations and requirements to keep all of that perfectly clean. And that is, in the interest of time, the summary of this law. So it will allow us to regulate them, make sure they're operating properly.
Okay.
Great.
So we will You want to have you have questions
Yeah,
first?
I
or
have
you
some
wanna go?
questions.
Okay.
But let me preface it by saying I'm not an animal owner, okay? So some of my questions may seem naive. In the definition of pet care facility, you mentioned daycare, but you also said the word kennel and boarding. The definition here says a commercial business providing boarding or other services, okay? And then there's a section that says the planning board may approve limited overnight boarding. So does this have to be clarified a little bit more about this boarding issue? That either you exclude it or you define it better, and I don't know what limited overnight boarding means. Limited means what?
Well,
One
if you-
night, a week?
A good point, but the way it's written is that the planning board will evaluate that. And so it's not, none of these types of businesses become kennels. So they're not going to house and have people all of the time overnight. We have one inquiry where, and it's written in here that the requirement is to have a single detached facility so that it's not attached or in another building, so it doesn't have that issue of the overnight stay. So it's going to be limited in those instances. So in the C3 and C4 zone, in order to have any limited boarding, you'll have to have your own facility, not as a rental, which we have another one that wants to come in, that would be a rental, and they would not be able to provide the boarding. You will have to have someone there with the dogs in order to provide that. So that, we believe, is something that should be fleshed out by the planning board as to what the parameters will be. They can limit it appropriately, and they obviously will only be allowed, will only work in certain instances. So we have one that they are proposing to have some of it, but they have a detached structure and on a separate piece of property. So it's not allowed in, say, you want to rent over in the Triangle, you will not be able to do overnight boarding there.
If I let me just jump in as a pet owner who's used the services before, the one over on 202, when it was canine kindergarten, but both
Didn't
my
your dog get kicked out?
both my dogs got expelled from kindergarten. Yes, from canine kindergarten. But that being said, there were times that you go away, and since they're comfortable in that situation, like we went on when we met my son-in-law's family, we left our dog overnight because we didn't want to bring her up to a strange place and risk her running or whatever, which ironically my son-in-law's dog ran away that day instead, but when we were up there. But there's a concern sometimes where you need to, and the separated facility helps to make that accessible but not a nuisance for the neighbors.
And that is defined by whatever zone the applicant would be in. That is going to determine whether they could board dogs overnight or not. I think that's what you
Well,
said.
you'll need 5 acres,
Right.
whichever zone you're in.
Depending on the zone, right?
Right.
Well,
It's only
5 acres
C3,
would-
C4, or OB zone. You'll
Oh.
have to have 5 acres and a detached building in order to do
And
it.
it had to be detached. What was great was that you referred to the dogs as people. You were like, the people are going to be overnight. Dogs are people too. So, right. So, and that's how you would that would clarify. The planning board may approve limited overnight boarding. That's where that clarification would be in, because it would be interdependent on the zone that it's in.
That's how we think it will work. I'm not diminishing your comment about, definitions and so forth. We are always cognizant of definitions. We have a lot of them. Some of them are vague. We're not trying to be vague here. That missive where it requires the 5 acres in a single detached, we believe the planning board will be able to manage that in a way that's not obtrusive to any of its neighbors. And that's the intent.
Except you're saying that you do have a possible proposal for one of these types of facilities, and there are absolutely no standards other than 5 acres.
But they have to comply with all the other standards.
Yeah, but other issues, I don't know, and I say this, as not a dog owner, but I just find the vagueness a little difficult, and I don't know whether you should kind of separate it out between a a daycare facility and an overnight, call it kennel, I'm not sure. I'm just raising this
Yeah,
issue,
but-
and I cognizant of
Yeah.
a concern like that you had, but I don't know.
I mean, I
I'm
don't
just
see it-
raising the concern.
I don't see it as being vague. I mean,
Yeah,
I mean,
it's-
we could split hairs, but I mean, I don't see the vagueness in it.
Have too many to do.
It's meant to be, as it says, limited, so that
No,
the main use would be the daycare, and there will be some possibility of overnight stays for as Ed had his story, which I've heard from others, that they take their dog to daycare, but then there's a couple of nights that they need to visit their mother, and they don't want to put them in a kennel because they're not the most best places for dogs, believe it or not. And these people run these facilities with the dogs are almost like in their family, and so it's a much more desirable place for dog owners to leave their dogs. So in that I understand it, and so but I share your concern if it is that we don't want it to become the dominant business model, that it's overnight boarding, and so
Well,
that's why it says limited.
That's my question. This can approve limited overnight boarding. Does it have to also have a daycare aspect to the business?
Of course.
In order to allow the overnight?
Of course, yeah. This is for a daycare, primarily a daycare situation. They do get asked by their clients, "Can you take my dog for a couple of nights?" That's how that works.
Okay, I won't.
Yeah, I'm
Labor-
just explaining to you what I know of it. Again, this is new territory. These are a use that is grown up and is becoming much more common. So
No,
we're
I
trying to-
understand. I understand the need. There's
Yeah.
no question. I just have some concerns. A few other points. D, indoor space. It just says adequate indoor space. Is it feasible to say that you need X number of square feet for X number of animals, for example? Is there any way of controlling how many are there? And if these have to be licensed by the Department of Health, what kind of standards does the Department of Health have over these facilities? Do they regulate the square footage or the number of animals per square foot? I don't know.
That I don't know.
Well, I'm asking that.
It's hard to say, like, if I have 6 Shih Tzus, I'm saying that, so I'm not cursing, but I have 6 Shih Tzus or I have 6 Great Danes, there's a huge difference in the square footage. So they usually have self-imposed capacities and amount of people per pets.
Who self-imposed? The owner?
Yeah, like
who's making a
they don't
profit.
want, see, it's dangerous to have too many crowded in one space, from their point of view. As a business owner, I'm not gonna take on any additional liability. I don't know, John, if are they regulated Board of Health, or would it be,
It's gotta be
Ags?
regulated by the Board
No,
of Health.
It
no,
says
could
it
be-
needs a Board of Health permit, so I assume that.
It might be a permit, it could also be, Ags and,
We believe there's a Board of Health situation with these types of uses. So
Yeah, I don't know.
yeah.
and we do have animal control
Right.
who could
And-
check on this, is that?
Right, and I do want to say that we did pull and search for other laws, and we did not find, per dog per square foot thing. But I would say that once we gain some experience, it's possible that our knowledge base would grow to where we could have that. But I
It's
think
always-
Ed is correct that the model that what they're doing is they're providing a space for dogs that dogs feel comfortable and calm in. And if you have overcrowding, that won't work that well.
I understand. I certainly understand the issue of trying to regulate something new, as we've learned with the recycling facility. All right. On point E7, outdoor areas must be designed so that the water used to clean outdoor areas drains, but does not overflow onto the public right-of-way on adjacent property, bodies of water, or public stormwater drain.
Mhm.
So where does it drain to?
It will probably drain to like a grass swale that has no outlet. So you'll hose off, they're hosing off whatever surface it is, and that flows into the swale and then dissipates into the swale. So all of the objectionable material stays there.
Okay, on,
And then-
on the site.
Yeah, on the site, yes.
All right, on F4, disposal of cat litter must be through a solid waste pickup. I don't know what kind of schedule commercial facilities have for pickup. I don't know how often they do. I have no idea. Diana, you do the licensing for commercial. Does it vary? Do some places have twice a week, once a week, 4 times a week? I don't know.
We don't do licensing for commercial.
It
at
probably
facilities.
varies.
That's not done by
I
us.
can tell you from someone who's had businesses of different size that it depends on your usage per se. So in some of my restaurants that did $100,000 a week in sales, we had pickups every day except Sunday. In some of the smaller places I've worked at, you'd have maybe 2 or 3 a week. In my studio, we would be fine with 1 pickup a week, but we use a.
So it's contingent.
So it's contingent. Does used cat litter smell? I don't know.
It's usually bagged. It smells when it's in the surface, like when it's sitting there.
Yeah.
Although there are some that have odor control, I doubt they would use that. They would use something more natural, because that's what their people probably want. And then you bag it up. Like when I had a cat, I bag it up, you spray out the litter box, and
They have a receptacle, and it is sealed in a plastic bag, put in the receptacle, and then it's
Okay.
taken off-site.
As I said,
According
I
to-
just not as I don't know.
Mhm.
And then G noise. Is there anything in the the noise ordinance that we're going to talk about next that regulates noise for pets? Is that an issue? They're going to be indoors, and I know if it's a multi-tenant building, it has to be soundproof. But if they're also outside, is that an issue? I'm just raising questions.
yeah, and you know what?
It's also on a 5-acre lot.
No,
Yeah.
no,
Not
no,
necessarily.
that's the overnight boarding. A daycare
So-
will be just,
So, and I'll use an answer my neighbor gave to someone once, which I actually thought it was kind of a rude answer, but then after having 2 dogs together and, a deer getting in my backyard, you realize one of my neighbors had moved in and his dog was barking night and day because he was unfamiliar with where he was, and just bark, and one of the neighbors knocked on the door and said, "Hey, can you get the dog to quiet down?" He said, "I asked him, but he's not listening." My guy Bentley, a dog walks by my house and he's outside, even if it's for his late night walk or late night run in the yard at midnight. Unfortunately, he's going to bark. He sees a deer in my yard, he barks, he chases after the rabbit. He doesn't bark at the rabbit because he's trying to catch it. Never going to happen. But that being said, I think that because of the fact there have to be people there, if the dog's outside, they could take him away. But if it's doggy daycare, it wouldn't fall into our sound ordinance from a time point of view anyway, because that runs 6 a.m. to 11 or 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. on most days.
Yeah.
7 and 10. And it's saying here, a sound level reading taken at a dwelling within a multi-dwelling unit building arising from any location within a multi-unit. So the sound ordinance does address it. Because, it's just like it would be, dogs barking would be akin to, radios blasting or something like that.
Or my wife yelling at me.
okay. I'm not anti-pet.
No, I
I'm
know.
just thinking
It's
of.
right, and it's perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect to ask
Yeah,
for those
questions,
questions.
yeah. Thank you.
So we can open for public comment. Anyone want to make any comments on?
Jay Kopstein, real quick. I've used 2 different dog daycares. They all have video. Everybody logs on to see that their dogs are being taken care of properly. If the place is overcrowded or the dogs aren't supervised, they are going to be forced out of business very quickly. People care, in some cases, more about their pets than they do about their relatives.
You got that right.
Just ask my brother.
Dan Strauss. I just looked at on my phone, and there's a Dogtopia, and it says, sorry, oh my gosh, it says, okay, dog daycare, boarding, and spa services. So I'm just wondering, I'm not for or against dogs or whatever. What Susan made the comment about boarding, they're right off 202. I am not familiar where they are, but that doesn't seem like a 5-acre facility, does it?
That's the one that I mentioned.
Yes, I know.
Oh, okay.
That-
Well,
that-
I'm just making that comment, that's all. It says all 3 services.
Yep. Any other comments? Motion to close.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So, just to say, and matter of fact, that was the canine kindergarten that my dogs got expelled from.
Yeah, that's where it was.
Yeah, and it's actually shares a building with a what was formerly 24-hour veterinarian services as well. But the fact that they advertised the boarding is exactly that's where we dropped off our dog when we were going up to Massachusetts overnight, because we knew they would board him overnight. It's not like it's a shelter where the dogs would stay there for prolonged periods, and they have, as John pointed out, it's like being in a family. They have like rooms with couches. They don't kennel the dogs. So when I heard they kenneled Bentley and Olivia, though, I knew that they were in trouble, because they will do that to separate if there's a problem with the dogs.
And that facility would have been regulated in a different way if we had this when it came in. So, I mean, that's part of the point of doing this.
So I think the public comment that we got back, per se, in writing from the different boards was they don't have any
No comments.
comments, objections, or anything. Do we get?
Is there
thank
any
you.
comment from the planning board? I didn't see any in the file.
Conservation Board, no comments. County Planning Board, it's our matter, local determination, according with our community planning and zoning policies. DEP, no comment, thank you for the referral. And ABACA, no comments. I think that the fact that you're here through planning, there were no objections, or?
There were no planning objections, no. And I apologize, there's no memo. You probably should have one.
Okay. Thank you. So.
Next time, Doctor.
Thank you.
Yes, Doc. I don't know, with very little comment on this, could we go to vote, or we could adopt, yeah. All right.
Let's do it.
Well, let's make a motion for it. Motion to adopt the doggy daycare.
I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No one opposed? Okay.
Next.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thanks, John.
And we will reconvene peace and good order. This is our noise ordinance. We will open the floor if there was any additional comment than what has come in.
Bear with me. It's late and I'm not a
How are you?
public
Not a problem.
speaker. My name's Diane Glass. I live on Curtin Heights Road. I live in Colonel Green Road in Curtin Heights. I just wanted to, I've looked over both laws, old and new, and I just wanted to make some suggestions about the new law based on my experience recently with the construction going on in our neighborhood. I did have a tape of the sound, which I sent to you. I'm not going to play it. I plan to, but it's just, it's too late, and I think we're all too tired.
Well, for the crowd out there, it was tape of rock hammering,
Rock hammering,
and you said it was continuous for
it was
the
continuous,
entire day.
yes. For the past 6 weeks, the work on the site has involved excavation of rock ledge, actually. with a pile driver.
Yeah, we sent the building department over there, the code
Yeah,
enforcement.
yeah,
I had them
did-
go over.
yeah,
I
Tim
saw
talked to,
the
uh,
post in our group chat.
Right. So this has been a rain or shine, 8-hour day, 6-day-a-week event of noise. And if you listen to the tape, it's really just onerous. I do think this type of noise disturbance needs to be addressed in the law, and I have some suggestions about what you could do. The law, as it's written, what is it, section, I had it here, section 2B4, is really very general, and it doesn't differentiate between small-scale homeowner kind of projects and large-scale construction. And it also doesn't differentiate between a commercially based situation such as renovations that are going on over on Yorktown Green and something that's sort of in the community itself. So I'd like to be able to separate out those two things and come up with different sets of laws and different restrictions of time of work. And I think for situations like that, it's written here in 2B, I think it holds well for the homeowners doing projects. Anybody can roof on the weekend, anybody can put up a fence. It's not such a big deal. And for commercial sites where there aren't people living there, unless we have a lot of mixed housing going in, I don't think that it's really a problem to amend. But when you build a large-scale site using equipment in a neighborhood, it's too much of a burden for people, or this can't go on like this day and night for weeks on end. So I'm suggesting that in addition to the restriction of the evening hours, which we've proposed, that you would restrict Saturday and Sunday, legal holidays, federal holidays, and religious holidays such as, Good Friday or Yom Kippur, day after Thanksgiving. It's, it's just respectful to those members
I think
of the community.
So Sunday, yeah. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So that's my suggestion, to pull out anything that's in situation in a community and restrict those hours so that people can enjoy their property.
So exclude Saturday and
That-
Sunday, right?
Yeah,
And
exclude
holidays.
the whole
right?
weekend, the holidays, and, if you can, I don't know whether that's possible, religious holidays. That might just be a courtesy that we could ask of the developer. So, I mean, these would be these large-scale projects that go through the planning board, that go through the state, that go through the county, and not just your typical permitted things. I don't want to infringe on homeowners, and I don't want to infringe on people just doing things for, cutting their grass or whatever. I do think that I'd like you to keep this context in mind when you're considering it, that really, even though there's a housing crisis, there is very little buildable land left in Yorktown. There's not a lot of tracts to be developed anymore. There's not a lot of open farms that are going to be turned over into housing developments. Most of the buildable land was developed decades ago. And what we have now are redevelopment projects, little pocket projects of people spinning off a couple acres here and there and building 2 or 3 houses, and formerly overlooked sites that have high geotechnical demand on them, that need landscape architects, that need a lot of work, such as the site behind my house, and other sites in my neighborhood, such as the Cat Hill development, as well as the, and let me get the right number, 580 Croton Heights Road, which is basically swampland that's been sold. So there's going to have to be a lot of work so that can be developed. So as you're going forward and thinking about these laws, I think we need to face the reality of where we are. We're in a housing crisis. We need land, and little bits and pockets that we would have never thought of before are going to come up, and they're going to disturb people as they're being developed. So I think that fair to say we're in a mature market on land development. I'd like the law to reflect our maturity in that market, and I think we need to also have a law that balances the rights of people to develop their land and also the people that live there to enjoy their land in peace, as I would like to get back to after these 6 weeks of incessant hammering. So thank you for your time. I really appreciate the work, Ed, that you've done for us, and John,
Thank you,
in
Diane.
terms of coming to the conclusion of this. And Susan, I'd like to welcome you. We're glad to see you there.
Thank you so much. Looks like Mr. Tegeter ran on me.
Chuck, I have a few technical questions. 2.A, no person or persons shall cause to make noise, blah, blah. Okay. What about a business that makes noise?
That would be a person.
Would that be a person?
Yeah.
All right, that's the person, okay. And section B4, the hours of restriction. I've talked to other people, we have difficulty figuring that out. Can that please be reformatted so you know that Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to whatever the time is, it's no. On Saturday, and then in the evening hours, and then on Saturday, this is impossible, absolutely impossible to follow.
I tend to agree that it was a little hard to decipher some of that.
It's a very simple way of just sort of take another half a page, to do that. I think what Ms. Glass said seems to make some sense to me about, Sunday, about the Saturday hours.
So we did have the conversation actually yesterday at your swearing in,
Yeah.
Diane and I and Tim. And the only thing I see, and I could think of someone in particular, he lived on a street right off of 132, I forget which street, but the gentleman was a construction guy in the city, and he was doing his own work on the weekends for his family to eventually move up to his house. And they had to do quite a bit of work, rent machines, do what he needed to do. So I have a concern over that balance, and I understand that, and I don't think that, although I experienced some in my backyard, I don't think that the rock hammering and finding those areas is as long-term. I know where you live, I think they're having that same problem at that other development as well. So there are some definite issues in certain areas, and I live adjacent, but not quite on. I'm at the top of Summit by Montrose, and California backs up to me. And I was surprised to find out how much granite was underground when we were doing work, both with my renovation and then when we did our barn. So, I understand it's there, but it's sort of hard to say, especially when people might be selling a house and need to move into their new house, and that could be a huge delay. I know it's a huge inconvenience too, but if we extend 3 more weeks because of it, is that better or worse?
There may be a distinction, and I don't know, but I'm just throwing this out for discussion and for consideration, a difference between, a project, a homeowner type project on a single-family house as opposed to a major subdivision.
Well, just so you know, this happens to be a single-family house.
All right, so the difference between your weekend construction job, because he's doing it on his own, and a major, a commercial project.
But if you're breaking granite up, it's gonna make the same
True,
amount of noise, whether the house is 2,000 square feet,
I
or
agree.
2,000 square feet
There's no
houses.
purpose.
That's the
Can you-
concern.
Is there a way to deal with that? Okay, and your other suggestion, again, can this be discussed more? I don't have the answer, but the issue of different regulations for residential properties as opposed to commercial properties. That
I think it's also that these pieces of land are just not that buildable. They need a lot of engineering, and they said they ran into a granite ridge. Well, of course they did. I mean, just take a look around. And southern Yorktown is completely rock-based. So I don't know, is these sort of substandard pieces of land are going to come to market? This is going to story that's going to be repeated again and again. The guy is going to fix his house up on the weekend. I don't care. He's done. It's fine. It's just this incessant drilling and the engineering behind it, and I don't even know. They said they were surprised by this. Well, I wasn't. And so, what kind of geological surveys do we need to do? What kind of things we have to do to make it more palatable for people who are already living there? You know, my house is like, it's like a through apartment. It's a straight, long as it's the only place that they could build on that piece of property, you know, so.
But, you know, that when you talk about like the engineering and you talk about the work involved, you know, landscape engineers, the engineering, the survey, that, you know, that's like a sort of a, if I'm buying property, I'm planning it.
Right.
You know, if I want to spend my money to do that because I like the location,
That's fine, but
Right.
just, like, let me have my Saturday and Sunday, right? I mean, I have a right to enjoy my property as well. It doesn't have to be, I mean, I think these people would go all summer, you know, with this. It's, you know, it's onerous for all of us for 6 weeks to listen to that hammering, and you can please share that with, I'm not gonna play it because it's too late and it's too disturbing.
I'll share it with the board.
Okay, so that's what I'm talking about, that deep level of like, you really shouldn't be building here in the first place, but if you're going to, it's your right. But we don't all have to suffer day and night because of it. And that's, you know, and that's the balance I'm asking you to find with the ordinance. And I like a weekend, I haven't had anybody over to my house at all. I can't even go out in the backyard, it's just so overwhelming. So it's a
something-
balance,
yes,
you know?
Would
I have
something like-
rights too. you know?
Something like Saturday, you know, Sundays should, you know, be limited to just Saturday, because Saturdays is like still a work
Yeah,
day.
I don't know if they haven't been doing 7 days, they've been doing 6.
Six.
Right,
They've been doing
Saturday
six.
is the issue.
But it's raining all week, I'm sure they'll be there on Sunday, you know, so I don't know.
Is it possible, again, I'm just throwing out ideas, that there could be a separate category for noise above a certain decibel level? I don't know what this drilling is, but it sounds like it's really more horrendous.
It's a rock hammer.
Okay,
it's-
so whatever the I'll just throw out a number, it's 80, okay? I don't know what it is, okay?
Well, it's a lot more than that.
Okay, so it's a lot more than that. So that if the decibel level of the work is going to exceed X, then the hours are somehow limited. I mean, we have all these other types of restrictions. If it's this, it's this. If we
You're
have,
saying that if they're below that, they could work on between the hours of Saturday, whatever it is, but not that type of noise on the weekends. You know, they could still work on the weekends, they could do other stuff, they could figure to do something else.
but not the.
But not that high level.
Not that higher level. So if you're doing some work on a site that's a wetland, it's not gonna be as noisy, I don't think, as drilling of the rock. So we have 8 different categories of what you can and cannot do. I'm throwing this out for more discussion on certain circumstances, and somebody would have to know what the decibel level is, because I don't know that under those circumstances, then we have more stringent requirements.
Christine, what is the legal thought about, you know, the weekend separating?
I'm not, I mean, I don't want to speak out of turn in the sense that I don't know. I think that's something that we can easily figure out about whether there's some type of, you know, state mandate on either weekends being off or days per week or something like that.
Consecutive days.
Yeah, so, I would like to believe that probably exists. I just don't know off the top of my head.
Can we get some research on that, please?
Yeah, no problem.
Well, it's 2 issues. It's the days of the week issue, and then it's the hours for decibels. You can't say, no, you can't do the rock drilling. You can't say that.
Right.
All right. So, but you can say, instead of it being 8 hours, it's maybe limited to 4 hours, to 6 hours. I don't,
On a Saturday.
or
And
even
it's
during the week.
Oh.
When it's that offensive, I mean, people are living in this house, that they're not just away, you know, Monday through Friday.
Yeah, but I think that during a normal workday, you should at least have normal hours. So, and I think you had agreed with, because we sort of went through there.
It's really the noise I'm asking about. They can, you know, if there's something they quietly can do on Friday, like move concrete or whatever, bring in supplies, I don't care. It's the really loud noise where you can't have a conversation with someone. And that's it. So I was gonna give this to you, Diana.
Yeah, thank you. So I think, yeah, if you can do some more research about these 2 issues, and if we could consider, you know, a category 9 or excessive decibel levels, whatever you determine is
So
excessive.
thunder is 120 decibels. That's what thunder is.
Oh.
So, so it sounds like thunder?
It's up to you to let me. because
Sure, but you can. You spent long enough here being tortured by us.
You put your 5
This
hours
isn't
in.
torture. Okay, here we go.
You can hold it right up to the mic there.
Okay, enough. That was 9 seconds.
Near you.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Where do you live? You live on Colonel Green?
This was taken on my deck, and I'm about a quarter mile from the site. So I was outside facing Tim did it. It was outside facing the site, but we're about a quarter mile away.
So offline, I don't want you to say your address on, we're broadcasting, but offline, can you tell me your address? I just want to swing by, if you
Okay.
don't mind.
Come on up.
Maybe, do you make espresso? No, I'm just kidding. Cappuccino, maybe?
I make
With
coffee.
the little shape and with the foam.
Americana.
All right, we'll take American
Okay.
coffee. No, but I will,
But
I'll
see,
just come by
that's
your,
just,
you're on, you said Colonel Green, you had said, right?
I'll text you.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, you get me in the
But
group.
that's what it's been for 6 weeks, 6 days, 8 hours.
Well,
There's one other issue which kind of she just alluded to, but in a different way. In all of the 1 through 8s, when it says the sound level taken at a residential property. Remember, we had this issue in the solar law, okay? Where it had to be X number of feet. Is it from the house on the property, or is it from the property line?
It's
And
anywhere on the property.
So
Anywhere on the property. So you could take it, if you're taking the reading, I saw your email, by the way, I'm sorry I didn't
Alright.
respond to it. If you're taking the reading from your deck or the edge of your property line.
it's the same thing.
Same. I think that should be clarified in the language, so we don't have 2 years from now, somebody coming up and saying, what does that mean?
It means anywhere on the property.
Yeah, I will say, I was dealing with a problem in a neighborhood that was getting music from a restaurant. And it didn't matter where you were. Actually, it wasn't really even a music, it was more a bass issue. And you could feel it on the street, even though you were at least, 500-600 yards away. You could feel the bass, and we had them come over, and we had the noise meter. It was the same in the front of the house or the back of the house, closer to.
I'm just saying, because the issue has come up, definitions are important, and words are important. So I'm glad that you said it's any place on the property, it should say.
I actually asked Adam that exact question.
Yeah.
It's like, where were you standing?
Let's ask him to put it in. You could,
That just does.
Where are you? What number are you on there?
It's C, it's 3, 5, 3, 4, 5, all say residential property.
Yeah, it says a sound, we could clarify
add
it,
a re-
but,
I think-
I think we're drilling down too much, no pun intended. A sound level reading taken at a residential property. That's it. So anywhere on the property.
I've sat at planning board meetings, I don't know if you were there for the
we could
Dell
ask him to do
Solar
that, but-
and the issue, and then we have to ask the attorney, and then the attorney has to do the research and blah, blah. Let's be clear from day one, the issue has come up. The other one is, number 5, the sound level arising from a public space or a public right-of-way, okay? And then, if you look at the definition, public right-of-way is any street, okay? So you're measuring the sound level, that's gonna be a problem from a public space or a public right-of-way. And I was thinking about the San Gennaro Festival and the residences next to that, but then it says you're exempting a municipally approved celebration or event, so there's gotta be some issue there. We could have events, there aren't too many houses around the DeVito Field, but there could be, if it's loud enough.
Right, but
Susan,
that would
what-
be
what-
exempted.
Hold on, when you're sitting up here, the Jack DeVito Veterans Memorial Field.
Sorry about that.
Please,
Okay.
I have promised our veterans I will never have that.
So I think
So
that's something that has to be
Something
clarified.
like that, would be municipally sponsored or something like that, that would be exempted, that would exempt the other section of the law. That's what it says.
If
I
they
mean,
have a
it's clear
if
to
they have
me.
a permit to utilize the Veterans Field, they are.
So if
Or
they're,
the
if
Centennial
they're
Fields,
using a
which we have
public,
a permit.
so if they're using a public space or public right of way, they're, it's gonna be municipal, so
It
it's
also,
exempt.
it also
Okay,
doesn't
all right.
mean that they could go to 3 o'clock in the morning, right? It ends at whatever time on whatever day it is. So it would
That's
be in
defined
weekday.
on the
Okay, all right.
application
I mean,
from
it's
Okay,
defined.
okay.
Clerk's office.
No, I stand corrected.
Well, we are.
Those would cover municipal, things. Okay, those are my only quick
Sure.
questions.
All right.
As I say, I read these things carefully.
Yep, absolutely. So, and that's what I appreciate about you.
All right.
So we should probably adjourn this,
Yes.
let it go
You're
for.
gonna make changes, yes.
Yep, go for changes. So motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we'll come back with that. All right, I'm gonna run through these resolutions because Tom was giving me the
Evil eye?
the evil eye and the go-ahead, and I think you're ready to get your taser out saying, I
All right,
wanna
let's
go home.
Stop talking that.
Okay, resolutions. Authorize the controller to pay Deanna Peterson the cash value of unused time as the date of her separation, as it's enumerated in the, in here. We already did our highway department. Oh, was there a transfer involved with that too?
We did the transfer
We
already.
did the
For-
vote,
for-
did
no,
the
for-
vote.
for
Highway
Deanna?
garage, yeah.
The further result is hereby authorized, yes, there is.
Yes, so be it further resolved that the controller hereby authorized to transfer funds for the purpose of this payout at separations as follows. Highway. From the town clerk's office, we don't need anything for you.
Come on.
Reschedule the public hearing for 800 East Main, Yorktown Development AMS LLC petition for amendments to the zoning code and an amendment to the zoning map from OB Research Laboratory and Office District to RSP2 Senior Citizen District. And this meeting on September 3rd, for those of you still watching at home, because I think everyone else here is asleep. That will be held at the Albert A. Capellini Community and Cultural Center Gym, just as we are anticipating possibly for that day. We have 2 public hearings and may have quite a bit of people there. So we will make sure that we have that. Oh, Tom, good luck figuring that one out. All right. We are going to authorize reconvene of public hearing to consider the rezoning application from zone RSP3 and R140 to RSP2 received from Toll Brothers, Inc. for property located at 2302 and 2448, Catherine Street, for the purpose of constructing 118 age-restricted townhouses. From the supervisor's office, we are going to advertise a bid for 1 used Ford Explorer for the supervisor's office. From the engineering department, advertise a bid for rotating biological contactor bearing replacement for the water pollution control plant. We're going to authorize the release of erosion control bond for the work done at 355 Blinn Road in the amount of $500. Authorize release of erosion control bond to Melwood Contracting Corp. in the amount of $500. Authorize the release of erosion control bond for the work done at 3008 Gomer Street in the amount of $500. Authorize a town engineer to purchase repair parts from the sole source supplier Coaster Associates for a total of $37,560. This is for the water pollution control plant for the replacement of squeegees and flights required for repairs to the secondary clarifiers that are only available from the Coaster Associates. We're going to authorize the supervisor to sign an agreement with the East of Hudson Watershed Corporation for the purpose of funding years 11 to 15 of the New York State Department of Environmental Control Stormwater Retrofit Plan, and this is as Ken could probably give us all a lesson on, the removal of MS4, or the removal of phosphorus, thank you, part of our MS4 plan. This is a county-wide with actually even multi-county, and there are different municipalities that are involved in this. But it is to satisfy our MS4 general permit. Authorize the controller to process the following budget transfer for the engineering department, which is general fund to contingency capital to engineering special project, for the payment to the East of Hudson Watershed Corporation for the New York State DEC stormwater retrofit plan for years 11 to 15 to satisfy the general permit. And from the receiver of taxes, authorize the controller to refund the following duplicate 2024 town and county tax penalty.
Can you stop there, because I would like the refuse bid as a separate resolution?
Sure. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, and our last here is award a bid for the collection of disposal of residential refuse and recyclable materials. Open for comment, Susan?
Well, first I want to say that I'm going to abstain from this vote because I wasn't part of any of your discussions, but I do have a question. I know that you bid it twice, which the first two numbers, it's the same for the three people. 24, 25, 25, 26. And then you have option 1, 2, and 3. So if you're awarding the bid to AAA, are you awarding it for just the first 2 years, 24 through 26, or are you awarding it for option 1, 2, and 3? That wasn't clear.
So the bid is for the years 2024 through 2026, with the option for the town to extend if they so choose for the following years, but it's if we so choose.
So
It's an option to extend.
for 3 years, for three additional.
Years, each one individually.
It's the town's option,
Okay,
not their
So
option.
the initial would be 2 years, and then you have
Okay.
3 one-year options.
That we would vote on.
It wasn't clear the way it was written. That's why I was asking you that.
And we locked them into
Yeah.
those numbers.
Okay,
Yeah.
does that answer that?
Yeah, thank you.
All right. So this was a sealed bid, and AAA Karting will be awarded the bid based on their pricing. They are the lowest responsible bidder, and as soon as we have a contract signed, they'll have the contract. Okay.
Just one other thing. After you take a vote, I do have a question dealing with the refuse collection, so.
Did you want to have the question?
No,
out now?
because it's not germane to the bid
Okay.
things, but it's related to the overall garbage issue, so I just have a question.
Can I
to
have a
ask.
motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Abstention?
Abstain.
I have yours.
Okay.
I'll ask the question now. It's just a quick question.
What, real quick though, does she need to put that in writing or no? No, okay, just making sure. I remember there
Not
was a
recusing herself.
recusal.
Yeah,
Okay.
it has nothing to do.
Yeah,
it
no,
has
that's
nothing to
fine. I
do-
just wanted to make sure. It's late.
It's just a very quick question, and if you don't, I don't think you're gonna have the answer now, but just for the next meeting. Several people have asked me, what happened when we had the whole upheaval with competitive karting? And there was talk about getting money from the bonding company. Yeah, I can't remember how much money we were anticipating getting. Could you tell us how much money we eventually have gotten?
We are still in legal negotiations on that. Our attorneys have had a problem getting the proper documentation. We were going to accept a settlement, but we want to make sure that it's for the reasons that we want to take it, and if they have the funds, we don't want the settlement. So we are still waiting on those numbers to be given to our attorney, and I believe they were subpoenaed because the bonding company wants out as well.
Mhm.
So there's a problem through the company that we had. But Adam has been working on it, and we are expecting, I see Christine nodding her head.
Yes, that's what I've been told.
Yes.
So it's still in litigation, so we don't have the answer to that question. Thank you.
Correct.
Thank you, Fred. Okay.
All right. So we're good there, and can I have a motion to say goodnight, Gracie?
Motion.
Second.
All in
You're an
favor?
old-time radio person.
Aye. Ah, come on. George Burns actually used to have dinner at my grandmother's.